All right, I think we're going here. Today's gonna be kind of like one of the other streams we did, where there's no, well, there is a particular purpose, but today we're mainly going to be doing some painting. I don't know if you can see, I painted some gray shit up here. Uh, Also have some orange paint that matches. I don't know how close it matches. The guy was trying to match it, but he seemed like kind of an idiot. But we're gonna be doing that today and doing some painting and just trying to like clean up this cluster F of chaos here. So, yeah, casual day. And then we got a bunch of stuff to do maybe later today or tomorrow. I got actually got all kinds of shit in the mail. Uh, I got the fun pack of extruder tips from Philextruder. So we have our 0.25 and stuff to try with those little token things we were making. So we're gonna do that today, or well, not today, but we're gonna do that today or tomorrow if we get to it. I also got, because I had reached out to IGUS, they sent me this cool little care package, which is kind of sweet. With it's funny, uh, some of all their different filament samples, a couple like just all kinds of samples. Like they're badass threaded rods. Like these are so nice. They're kind of like the threaded rods on the machine, the Prusas, but I wonder what it would take to switch the Prusas over to these rods because they are freaking amazing. And they have like the little IGUS brand spinner bushings, but there is like no play in this thing. It's crazy. Uh, Oddly enough, the coolest thing is the pen. Gotta love pens. Nice orange pen. But no, that was cool because we still have the that IGUS video about the bushings coming out. I'm still waiting to hear back from them. They did contact me and called me and stuff, and the IGUS rep that I talked to said that she was willing to actually come over to my house because she only lives like an hour and a half away. But she said she was willing to stop by and actually participate in making a video about using various IGUS products on our 3D printers. So that would be. Hopefully, their marketing department is okay with that because that would be amazing. But yeah, I got a bunch of stuff. I got notification that this month's Maker Box shipped, so that'll possibly be here today, maybe tomorrow. What else? I got a lot going on. I have too much stuff going on and not enough time. You see, I'm starting to like. I need to shave my head. I didn't get a chance to do that. We're falling behind. Uh, I don't even know what to do first here. I guess the first thing, because unfortunately, I guess it doesn't look that bad, but you can see the white under the bench, and we have like the gray above the bench. So maybe I'll move all this bullshit down here and paint under there, and then we'll do the orange. Like I'm gonna do these rails and this shelf in the orange. Hopefully that'll look sweet. I guess we could set a print up and get it going while we're doing this stuff. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. I'm trying to think, because I'm like anybody that has a 3D printer, you pretty quickly get like a big backlog of stuff you want to print. I'm trying to think of what we could print. Oh, I did. If anybody watched the stream the other day, I had kind of said some unkind things about the Hatchbox PLA, and like I love this print. It's one of the test prints that came with the kit on the SD card. It's this little vase, and if you can kind of see that, the Hatchbox PLA is pretty sweet. I can't really say anything bad about it. This turned out great. After I had problems the other day, I thought it was jamming, and it actually was not jamming. I think the SD card wasn't seated properly, and what was happening was when it came to the front edge to do the purge strip, it was actually rotating the extruder motor the wrong direction, and it was ejecting the filament, and I thought it was jamming, so uh, after all that bother, all we ended up doing was reseating the SD card, and that fixed it. So, hey William, chess pieces. That would be cool, but I don't have any chess pieces ready to go. I'm just trying to think of what we could print here. I have a bunch of stuff I need to print, but a lot of those are like 16 and 18-hour prints. And I don't want to start something and not be able to move the machine. Because one of the things we're going to do today is finally move this bastard over in the corner where that TV is. And I want to paint that little section of the wall behind there orange and get this guy on the bench finally, instead of it being like floating around and me moving it all the time, because I move it on the table down there, and then I move it up here, and then I move it over there. And yeah, I need to quit doing that. It needs to have a home. So let me get some power here. Luckily I have this like 18-foot power cord, so I can stick it anywhere. We'll get it powered up. I guess we'll leave the silver in. I'm trying to think of what I don't know what to print. Let me look through my files here. Because I have those tokens. I actually printed a ton of those in my own time. From the Tinkercad stream. I ended up making a few more of these and trying some different things. And I did get some files worked out. And I got a design that like they interlock and stack kind of nicely, just like I was looking for. But the 0.4 nozzle just isn't small enough to do the fine details that I need to do. But hi Skydriver. William, I'm in Pennsylvania, here in the States. We're in southern Pennsylvania. But yeah, we need like an hour print. Because I still need to do some tests. Oh, that's it. We'll print some. I'll hook the secondary camera up, and we'll do some of those little test blocks for this PLA, so I have them for doing a review. Let me go ahead and do that. I need alcohol. Bam. I need paper towel. Bam. We need our second camera. You see how lost I am? Here it is. Everything's like so chaotic in here because I've been moving everything the last few days. But we'll get this set up. We'll get a print rolling. And then I guess we'll do some painting. And try to get this shop looking nice. Now that there's actually people watching. I didn't mind at first because nobody was really watching what I was doing, so I was like, screw it, nobody cares. Hopefully OBS won't shit the bed plugging something in that doesn't tend to like that. Okay, second camera. Is it on? There it's on. All right. So we'll get our bed cleaned off. I haven't resliced these test files in Simplify because I kind of want them to be consistent. So for the foreseeable future, I'm going to use the same slices that I have, so there's some kind of consistency. Yeah, it's a little early in the day for that kind of alcohol, guys. And we'll go ahead and get a print started here. I have a bunch of these at different temps. So we'll do we'll start with 190. I think I got it. Okay. We'll start with 190 and see how this prints at that temperature setting. And then we'll get this rolling here. As always, none of the camera settings are saved, so let's go through this song and dance again. I wish OBS would, like, fix this. Because it is a massive pain in my ass. And then if you can see, I can never get the two cameras to match. Like, I can get both of them looking okay, but the color registration's never the same, ever. Alright, so we'll get this fella set up here. Don't need a speaker. And we're out of cord. Let me move my computer. All right. We'll probably end up printing a few of these because they are fairly quick prints. So we'll do, I tend to do one at 190, one at about 200, and then one at, or I'm sorry, 190, 205, and 220, just to get an idea of like how the filament prints at different temperatures. So... main camera looks too red. I'm sure it does. I need to write these settings. Yeah. I think I normally have it right around here-ish. Something like that. Yeah, something like that. Like I said, it's a pain in the ass. Am I willing to do a review on the Monoprice Mini, the Myland M200? I'm willing to do a review on anything, but I can't afford one, so there's that little problem. Yeah, they look like they're more similar now, so we'll leave it at that. We'll quit while we're ahead. Okay. Hey, Spiritual, I didn't know if you'd actually stop by. You guys in chat, Spiritual Jedi is a Twitch streamer that I've been playing MechWarrior Online with recently. So, yeah, man, that's cool you took a minute to stop by. Thanks. But yeah, today's kind of an off day. Like, we're not really doing that much printing. Like I said, today's mainly going to be a, like a chill out, get some work done kind of day. One thing I have noticed about this filament is that it's really like kind of oozy. Even at 200C, it seems to, I don't know, just seems to drag a bunch of crap around the hot plate. And like some of my purge strips have been really, really weird. How it just kind of like blobs out. But once it starts printing, like this filament does do okay. I know some of you guys that just popped in probably didn't see it, but I printed one of these vase, a flower vase from the SD card that comes with the kit, and it printed like perfectly. I know you can't see the detail, but you can see the sheen there that it's super consistent. But the same, it kind of like had some blobs that got drug across the print area, so the bottom isn't as pretty as it could be. But yeah. Does the Wi-Fi SD card work okay? I have still not gotten it to work. It's something when I get a chance, I'll probably need to get in the chat with some guys. Because I'm like basically a computer tech and I still can't get it to work right. I don't know why. I've tried everything. I've read basically every guide on it and followed procedures step by step, but I still can't get it to I can get it to work like in my laptop. Like I can connect to it over Wi-Fi and use the pass-through and all that stuff. But from what I read, I must need to modify the firmware a little bit because I can't seem to get it to work in the machine. So that's still a work in project or in process. Baking Christmas cookies. No, I do have some cookies to bake though. Yeah, Aaron said the flash air is tricky. Yeah, no, I've noticed that. But I do want to get it to work because with the holidays and stuff coming up, it's unlikely I'll get the Raspberry Pi rolling before the end of the year. So, Aeon asked, "Have I seen those fidget toy spinners?" Yes, I have. I need to make some of those. The only thing you really need to buy are some bearings. Like if you want some decent bearings, because I was thinking of getting some skateboard bearings. They're a nice size and fairly inexpensive. Yeah, maybe that's it, Aaron. I said once I get some time here, I need to like uh, either do more reading or pop in Slack or the Hangout or whatever, and yeah, get it rolling. But yeah, okay, let's accomplish something. I need to move all these boxes underneath, and I guess we'll paint that gray, and then we'll do because these are ready to paint. I sanded them and everything. Uh, then we'll paint the orange, and I think it'll make a dramatic difference in here. If you can see, you can see my ghetto window up here. We have a fairly old house, and I want to replace all these basement windows, but I'm not going to get to it this year, so I just expanding foamed the shit out of it to block all the airflow. So, one of the things we're also going to do today is bam. I got some 1-inch foam that we're going to cut. We're going to cut and seal that, and then I'm going to paint this orange too to spice it up a little bit. But all right, let me catch up on chat here, and then we'll get started. You definitely should. I really like them. Oh, the spinners, you mean? Yeah, if nobody knows what Ian's talking about, they're those, they're fidget toys. And most of them are just kind of like 1 or 3 bearings, and you hold it and like spin it with your finger, and they spin like a lot. Because it's funny how some of that stuff's become popular. Like, it makes me laugh that, even the terminology is kind of funny. High-end tops are really popular now. Like people spending 50, 60, $100 on like tops, and the nice little like glass basins you sit on your desk and they'll spin for like an hour or two. But a rocking enclosure. I have a ghetto enclosure, but I don't have a rocking one. Yeah. Mark Fuller did a video on the fidget toys. Yeah, I mean they've been around for a little while now. What, I guess about 6 months, they really became popular. But no, it's one of those things. I would have done them earlier, but I need to buy bearings, and I am broke as hell right now. So having a daughter and a house payment will do that to you. All right. All right, so step 1 is moving all this shit. So we're gonna move all this shit. And I know you guys can't see a lot of it, but there is a ton of shit down here. It's where I keep all my Nintendo excess stuff. Like boxes of NES controllers, N64 controllers, all this stuff that needs repaired. Have Atari joysticks and NES or Super Nintendo controllers. AV cables. All this stuff has to move. I need anybody that's interested. I need like an intern to come in here and repair controllers for me. I probably have like 300 that need fixed. Okay, so that's about half of it. So much stuff in here. I will, I don't know if you guys can see it, but I'll ask chat and let you guys discuss this for a minute, but like I have these little tokens I made. I know you can't see that for shit, but I have these little round tokens I made, and if you can kind of visualize it, like we have our 3 exterior perimeters, and then kind of like the 3 inside perimeters for this raised area, and I can't seem to get, like there's little gaps. Like if you can imagine like the exterior perimeter here, and there would be like a little triangle in the gear, like the little teeth of the gear. And then when it comes back in and like squirts a tiny little bit in the center to fill that, it leaves a little bit of gap in the point. And I messed with settings for, oh man, 2.5 or 3 hours the other day. And the only way I could get it to actually fill that gap was to put the extrusion multiplier up 20%. Because it got to the point where I just kept like upping it until the gap was actually filled, and then the rest of the print looks like shit, obviously, because the exterior perimeters are all like kind of puffy. But has anybody dealt with that before, where you have like holes in your top layer that you can't quite get to fill? Like there's also one in the center of that R. There's a little like raised R in there, and right dead center in the middle of it, there's like a little spot that won't fill. And, like, all the flat areas fill perfectly, but some of those, like, detailed areas, like, I just cannot get... Like, I don't know if you can see better on this little camera with this one. Bastard. Let me turn autofocus on. I'll try to show you guys what I'm talking about and see if anybody has any advice. Okay, so here it is. And I know it's, like, it's a little nitpicky. Bastard. Focus. Oh, see, this one actually doesn't look that bad on camera. Let me move this. I gave my daughter all the extras that were really bad. Damn it. Let me find another one here. Here's one that kind of... I got it better than this, but, like, here's one that kind of shows what I'm talking about. Like, see the hole in the gear there? Or in the teeth of the gear? And, like, I know if I made the print bigger, it would fix it. And I'm hoping, what am I trying to say? I'm hoping the 0.25 millimeter nozzle will fix it. Just because it'll be operating on, like, a smaller scale than the 0.4. Joey asked, have I tried playing with the infill extrusion width? I did. I tried, like, everything I could think of. And it took forever, but I tried to be as, like, methodical as I could be, where I would, like, start and just slowly, incrementally change a single setting to look for improvement. And, like I said, the one thing that helped was upping the extrusion width a little bit for the infill, or changing it. And the overall extrusion multiplier, which also helped. But like I said, then your exterior perimeters are no longer like sharp, like they are if your settings are correct. But I'm hoping the nozzle is just kind of like the silver bullet, because some of the prints I've seen with smaller nozzles, like just the scale that the machine's operating on at that point, kind of addresses the problem. Jamie said, he has an IGUS rep coming to see him tomorrow. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. They've been really great. Some of the companies I've reached out to about various things have basically been assholes, but IGUS has been bending over backwards to make me happy, which is kind of amazing to me that they care so much. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point, given the growth of the 3D printing community, if they kind of like launch a separate line that's industry specific to 3D printers. If you see, I'll show you my box quick. They haven't gone all in, but like a lot of the branding and stuff on the little care package they sent me is all like 3D printing specific. Like they even have like this little pamphlet about some of the stuff. But I think one of the things I'm most interested in, like the bearings obviously are something that I want to get to the bottom of for the specific locations on the MK2. But these lead screws are amazing. And I'd like to do whatever it takes to try and modify, like get these lead screws on this machine. Because there is almost literally zero play in this. Like, it's actually shocking how nice these are and how smooth they work. But I think that would be a very nice upgrade to these machines. The thing I wonder about, though, is... like, surely the... how do I want to say that? The rotations to movement ratio is quite a bit different because the threading on these is quite a bit more aggressive, like the angle of the teeth compared to these, like quite a bit more aggressive. And I don't know if that would cause a problem or if it's just something that would need changed in the settings. Like your rotations to real-world movement would probably need addressed. The lead screws with epoxy. But another thing is they sent a little sample of their aluminum rods, because when I was on the phone with the rep, they had said that these anodized aluminum rods are actually better for use with the IGUS bearings than some of the more conventional polished rods that people are using. And like the tolerances are pretty amazing on these as well. Like there's almost zero play. But I also want to get a set of these aluminum rods from them because I was kind of concerned that they were aluminum. But they seem to have a ton of tensile strength. I don't really think it would be a problem. Especially these ones. I don't think it would all be a problem that they're aluminum. But yeah, it seems like they have quite a few products that could benefit the 3D printing industry. So I'm anxious to keep the ball rolling with them to see what all can come from that. And I didn't actually check pricing, but from the way the rep was talking, their aluminum rods are actually cheaper than a lot of the polished rods that are available in the market from other places. So that would also be nice if they're going to be relatively inexpensive. I doubt they're just inexpensive in a general sense, but go the way. Yeah, I like these. If no one's printed these calibration prints before, they are fairly nice prints for testing various settings and stuff. And you can see already this one's less than 20 minutes in, and it says 46%, but it's probably more realistically like 60 or 70% done already. Because I always see people printing the benchies for their test prints. No, thank you. They take a little while to print. Even at faster settings, that's not a very quick print to test setting changes on. So I like these. Anybody remember playing on these things? The old power pads? All right, we're almost there. Okay. That seems to print nice at 190. I guess I should do a test at 180 because that's actually the bottom end of the. They recommend 180 to 210 on the spool. But I think like this vase, I think was printed at 215. I think is the default settings on the SD card for the Prusa files. And this turned out nice. These, you can test it by kind of putting your mouth over it and blowing. That's what she said. But this needs more bottom layers to actually be watertight. So, can't really use it as a vase. Okay, I have everything out of here except this big-ass metal file cabinet from the government. This thing weighs like 80 pounds, and it's only a 2-drawer file cabinet. Holy Jesus! Oh, there goes a testicle. Okay, we're all cleaned out. I'm going to sweep up and then put some paint on this. This is, I don't know if you guys' basements are like my basements, but ours has turned into like a spider sanctuary in the last 2 years. Okay, sweeping complete. Okay, so we have paint and a roller. And I'm missing one rather important piece of this puzzle, unfortunately. Ah, why do I never know where stuff is? Never. I never know where stuff is. So we have paint, roller. I need the actual roller. Hello? It looks... I found it. It looks like I didn't quite clean up from the last time I painted. It's sitting in a Walmart bag over there. Okay, so we're almost ready here. I guess I could shift the camera down to the floor for like an action shot here. Alright, what do we have going on in chat? Peppermint oil keeps those spiders out. Yeah. I think from what I've seen, the best way to keep them out is to just keep the humidity very low. They apparently don't like very low humidity because they won't have stuff to eat. What's he doing? Sweeping. Gripping stuff, huh? This is obviously an action stream. High action. No, like anybody that's new, I had planned on doing these more regularly, but today is just kind of like a hangout stream. Just kind of, I don't know, just kind of laid back, trying to get some stuff done. We will be obviously talking about 3D printing the whole time. Joseph, you have... I'm disappointed in you. Disappointed. You can't hold out. Unbelievable. No loyalty. No, this won't take too long. How long have we been streaming? We've only been streaming for 40 minutes. I would guess that it'll take us less than an hour to do this gray, and then we'll do the orange, and then we'll probably test those smaller extruder tips out because I'm really, really anxious to print some of those tokens out because I have people that want to buy those as soon as I get like the procedure worked out for them and can kind of get the level of detail. I don't know what I did with the ones I have, but I did get ones. It's not really a complicated design, but on the top of the coin, there's basically an indent, a circular indent, and on the bottom there's a circular protrusion, and they stack nicely and interlock. So whenever we get the top layer gaps, well, and the bottom layer gaps for that matter, filled, they should be really nice. Yeah, they're if you're kind of on the fence about it, I think they're worth picking up. Because they come in this little thing. I haven't actually opened it. They come in this cool little laser cut wood thing. Oh, don't fall out. Yeah, but there's this kind of like cool little laser cut wood thing that they all come in, and you get the stupid little penny wrench. But for this kit, it's $39.99, and you get a 0.25, 0.3, 0.35, 0.4, 0.6, and 0.8. So it gives you a bunch of stuff to experiment with. Yeah, these are E3D nozzles. They're straight from E3D. But they're $39.99, and right now I don't know if they're still doing it. They have a 15% off code you can use during checkout. So I think I forget what they ended up being with shipping, like $36 or something, which isn't too bad, really, because it's nice to have a spare .4, and then you have 5 other sizes to experiment. Because, like I mentioned before, I'm actually kind of anxious to use the .8 also to see what kind of stuff you can do with that. Like, to see just how fast you can print some bigger prints with a .8 nozzle. And to see how nice it prints. Because if you can actually print some bigger things and still have, like, the quality, especially the external perimeters, still be consistent, I think that'll be a really, really nice tool to have. What was that, Joey? Do they have the circle notches on the .25? You mean on the little indents on the side? No, this one's smooth. The .3 has a single one, and then 2 on the next one, 3 on the next one, 4 on the next one, and 5 on the .8. I was kind of surprised that they went with a .3 and a .35 instead of giving you a 5. But still a cool little set. The thing that bums me out the most is that the goddamn .15 nozzle is $19 plus shipping. Because that's really the one that I wanted the most. I just wanted to go to that extreme and do some testing and see how fine a detail I could get out of it. Because with things like these tokens, they're small enough that I don't really care if it prints slow. So I was kind of bummed that they're so expensive. Because like I said, I think with the discount, you can get that one for like $36 to $38. And it's half that much to get a single nozzle at .15. So, I mean, after, like over the next 3 days, I'm going to be listing a metric ton of stuff on eBay. I'm going to try to get rid of most of the Nintendo stuff I have. Because I want to get out of, like, reselling games and mostly focus on modding consoles and selling those. Because the margins are a lot better. I'm here to get the .15 and run the Monumental through it. Yeah. I still have that. I'm so sorry I haven't shipped it. I've been waiting until I had money in my PayPal to print shipping labels. And, this time of year always sucks really bad. There's always, like, a huge dip on eBay from, maybe the end of October till about Black Friday, because people are waiting for Black Friday and stuff to really start spending money. So there's been a lull in the eBay action. But I'll try my best to send that out to you tomorrow. Because I did sell a couple things last night. So I'm not, like, dead broke at the moment. I'm just regular broke. Nilla, you have nearly 677 subscribers. Grow so fast. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what to say about it. I kind of have to laugh to myself. Like, if you look on my channel, I did a video, like, it blew my mind when I broke 100, because I even did a video. But you see, with that, like, I passed 100, and then made a video, like, the next day, and by that point, I was already at 125, so I kind of felt stupid for making a video. And then, anybody that's watched my stuff, like, how many times have I said about doing giveaways at, like, certain sub-levels? And it's like, I'll say, you know, next week when we hit this number, I'll do this. And then it's like, we hit that number, like, the next day, and I don't have any time to do anything. So it's been awesome, but also comical, the way I've kind of dealt with it. I've thought that was kind of amusing to myself this whole time. But there you see these prints. These are nice little prints. It seemed weird to me that that damn light. The guy that made these, he has the version 1, which is okay, and then this one, which I think is damn near perfect. I don't think it's completely perfect for testing all the things you want to test. And then the version 3, if anybody's seen that on Thingiverse, is this big, weird, round, octagonal thing that's... I don't know what the hell he was thinking when he made that one. But no, this seems to do okay. There's a tiny little bit of stringing, but otherwise everything's clean. Like if you can see that, the bridging on it's pretty great for the most part. And then all the overhangs and stuff are really good. All the thin parts print really cleanly. The fill on the bottom's really nice. There's a few gaps in there, but overall, like for just being fairly standard settings, there's a little bit of that kind of pimpling, if you can see on the side of that pyramid. I know it's kind of hard to see. There's a little bit of that going on, but fairly trivial. And then if you see on the tip kind of rounded off on the pyramid for some reason. But overall, it seems to print well. It's not the cheapest filament, so I don't know. And I wouldn't at all be surprised if I'll see you, Jamie. These were all sliced in Slicer. Like I said, I haven't resliced these in Simplify. Mainly because I want to do this first round of testing with all the same slices, so I can kind of compare them to each other. That's why there's this weird little bit hanging off the overhang test. All of them do that for some reason. I don't know why exactly. But it's funny. It's funny when there's something wrong with a file like that, and then it still does it like super consistently. So it's like consistently incorrect, which I guess is a good thing, I guess. But there's one at 190, and we'll do one at... we'll try 220 and just see what it does, because I think the max recommended temp for this is 210. So we'll try one at 220 and just see what it does. See if it changes, like, if it improves, or like the tip of the pyramid that's kind of not what you'd hope for. We'll see if what effect it has on that, but overall, no, this is a clean print. I don't really see any problems with the Hatchbox PLA. So we'll just get it going again. Actually, we'll try, this next one will be at 210 with the bed off. We'll see how adhesion is with no bed. Because that is, like, PLA, the PLAs I've tested, there is a significant difference from brand to brand in the bed adhesion with a cold bed and just the PEI. You recently started 215 for everything. I used to do that because that's the Prusa defaults for PLA, but I was just getting kind of like... the detail wasn't very crisp on some of the prints. With this print, I can't really test the layer adhesion, just because of the nature of like the shape of this and stuff, but I wouldn't imagine there's really a problem. But like this, I guess you can't really test it on this, because this was at 215. But the layer adhesion on this seems really good. Like, I can really... I mean, I don't know. Seems decent. Seems tough. I mean, part of it's like the design of this. How those fins are all like little buttresses. But I stayed at like 210 to 215 for a long time and then started doing lower temps. Because people kept just telling me like 200's where it's at, to like, 190. And I tried it and it actually did give me cleaner prints for the most part. And the vast majority of things that I print, like strength isn't really an issue. So yeah. I guess it depends on what you're printing. Like if I was printing parts for like one of my RC cars or helis or something like that, uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess it's tough. It depends. It just depends. Because I've actually seen people say that there's that kind of oozing I was talking about. I've seen people say that like layer adhesion can be better at lower temps, and then I've seen people say that it's better at higher temps. I mean, it would make more sense to me that your layer adhesion is better hotter, just because like the plastic's melted more, so I would imagine it would stick to the previous layer better. But I'm kind of anxious to see if this print pulls up or not. Because like I said, different PLAs seem to perform very differently with a cold heat bed. Oh, that sucks. It delaminated. Did it delaminate like while it was printing or like when you used it? For the people who can't see chat, Joey just said he blew 4 hours on a quadcopter frame at 200 and it delaminated. But yeah, luckily I haven't printed any like structural parts like that, so I've kind of gotten like a free pass on that whole aspect of things. Anyway, let's throw this paint on here quick. Because this, I'm not anxious to paint this gray. It just kind of needs done. But I am anxious to paint the orange. I think that's going to make a dramatic difference in how the shop looks. That would be disappointing. I mean, luckily it was only I say only 4 hours, but luckily it was only a 4-hour print. I'm sure all of us have done much longer than 4-hour prints. So at least it wasn't like a full day of printing wasted. I think, like, in that generic 3D printing Facebook group I'm in, I've seen some pretty tragic things where guys have, like... some of those had to be 20 and 30-hour prints. Like, there will be these huge things that fill the full volume of the printer, and then, like, at the top, something goes wrong. Like, they have a layer shift or something. When you have, like, a quarter of a roll of PLA in a print. By the way, I hate painting. If anybody's curious. If I'm doing this because I like it, I'm not. I hate painting. It is the actual worst. So we're going to do this as quickly as possible, because I don't want to screw around with this too much. Some painting, like painting the orange, like I said, will be fun, because it'll look cool, but... I'm going to drop this camera here for a second. I'll drop this camera and bring it... I'm going to move it and then bring it back up. And of course, OSB hates my face. So let me, god damn it. I should have known better. We'll try to get it here. Lesson learned. Let's try, let me... Ah, there we go. Okay. Huzzah! And of course, all my settings are changed again. Of course. Why wouldn't they be? Everything is always changed. Is that about what we had? Sort of? Kinda? Sorta? Close? Okay. We obviously need, like, the action shot over here. Since I'm going to be crawling on the floor like an asshole. Alright, good times. Is that dark as hell? Oh well, it is what it is. Like I said, we're going to do this as quick as possible. This is DIY Tuesday. There are like 4 spiders in this paint already. I kind of feel bad. Alright, see, this will be quick. I'm just putting it on really, really heavy, so I'm not messing around with it too long. I'm like those girls on Twitch putting my ass on cam. I'm gonna get like 150 subs in the next hour. Oh yeah. Alright, we're almost done already. See, that's not too bad. Luckily, this stuff goes quick. Especially when you're mindlessly just putting tons of paint on, since I don't really care what this looks like. Alright, good enough. That's that's hilarious that there's still 25 people in here. Oh, that kills me. Who the hell wants to watch a guy paint his basement? Come on, people. Come on now. Alright, so, I mean, that's pretty much good enough. I mean, on camera that looks fine. It's not the cleanest job in person, but... I can watch paint dry, medical marijuana. Yeah, I live in PA. We almost got... I mean, we technically do have medical marijuana. It's something I haven't really talked about, but, like, I'm a schizo, and I kind of... because of how heinous some of the medications are. Like, I self-medicated for like a decade with weed to control anxiety. But it's kind of funny. Like, Pennsylvania finally passed their medical marijuana stuff, and there was like this initial list of conditions that were covered, and schizophrenia was one of them because it's on the list in most states. And part of the bargaining that went on for the bill to actually get passed, they winnowed down the list quite a bit. So, you should ask yourself, why are you streaming it? I said this is a Hangout stream. Like, there's like a group of regulars for the most part that just come in and kind of like we talk about stuff. Talk about 3D printing crap, and like most of the stream will still be 3D printing centric, but ultimately all of this is, even the painting is, because it's for the stream. So Aaron said for the multi-material upgrade, the cable chain L will need redesigned. I'm already on top of it. Yeah, I'm anxious to see. From what I saw, like some of the people were actually getting their multi-material kits already. So I'm anxious to see how things go. I think you were in Tom Sandlander's stream the other day, because I asked him. I was spamming him a little bit just because I wanted him to address it, but he seems to have some of the concerns that I did. Because I've said, like, I don't want to be a party pooper, but for me, like, the multicolor printing is a bit of a novelty still. Like, I know it's not, there are some legitimate applications for it, but for the most part, I think it's still kind of just a novelty. Which, for some people, it will be the case, and for some people, it won't. There will be people that have, like, legitimate uses for it. But the big thing for me is being able to use soluble supports, which I think are a complete game changer. To be able to more aggressively use support material in places that you couldn't otherwise remove it will allow you to do some things you couldn't do before, which, like I said, will be a game changer for some things. But I think my biggest concern, and I hope I'm wrong, but my biggest concern is like how reliable the system will be. Like, if you can actually go through whatever probably pain in the ass procedures will be involved in setting your files up to print multicolor or use multiple materials. If you can actually do that, start a print, and walk away with it and have anywhere near the same kind of confidence I do doing a single color print on this machine. I don't know if anybody noticed, the corner of this lifted. I can see it on the cam here. So it looks like we didn't have super great adhesion. I don't think this will be like a failed print, but it's gonna be curled a little bit. But yeah, like I said, I hope I'm wrong about the reliability of the multi-material upgrade, because it already has significant limitations. Like, it's good that it's not that expensive. Like, for me personally, I'd probably get the 2-material upgrade just to be able to do like soluble support material in the print. But with the little bit of experience I have with changing filaments manually, I cannot fathom a design that's like the one they have that will reliably switch colors and stuff without having either just outright problems or like bleed errors where it didn't extrude enough to get all of the previous color out. Because I'm sure some of you guys have run into this, some filaments just kind of like linger in the nozzle a lot longer than others. Like that Protopasta matte fiber, the red kind of filament that has like a construction paper texture once it's printed. That stuff lingered a long time in the nozzle. Like, I probably had to run 18 inches of the next PLA through the nozzle to get all of it out because it's kind of gritty. Yeah, I think it's gonna. Again, I really, really hope I'm wrong, but I think it has the potential to kind of mar the otherwise gleaming reputation of Prusa Research, because I think there's going to be a lot of people that have problems with it. So, I don't know. Like I said, I really hope I'm wrong, but I think I think I think a lot of the concerns I have are rooted in reality, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, like some of the machines that have multiple nozzles, TrueTech said that's why more than one nozzle is good in some cases. I mean, there's a lot of problems that come with that as well, but I think it's. I don't know. I don't want to say too much. I think it's like a more practical solution because it kind of just completely circumvents some of the problems that I'm worried about this system having. I guess it just we'll have to wait and see. It's kind of one of those deals. Color blending is very cool when you want it to happen, and it's not at all cool when like people, like say you're doing relatively simple stuff where you just have like a base color and then like a few colors for like raised text and stuff. If you're doing stuff for actual like say I was doing little things for a company or something, they're not going to want that. And I'm probably not going to be able to give them things if there's color bleeding in them. So it might end up ruining whole batches of prints and stuff. And then one of the other huge limitations is that at this point you can't use materials that have different temperatures. And I don't know if that's something that can be addressed in the firmware. If you can like say you have materials that are only a few degrees apart, like maybe you can get away with that. Like if you're printing some PLA that likes 190, and then you can also use some stuff that likes like 210. I mean, that is true, Ryan. I mean, Joe Prusa has already talked about this. You can't use materials that have very different heat profiles. I mean, I could be wrong, but I saw. Oh, the nozzle can handle it, but you run into problems with the temperature fluctuating and the machine not being able to tell if it's ready or not, and you're going to have jam problems. But like I said, I could be wrong, but I saw Joe Prusa talking about it on a thread somewhere. So I mean, maybe that has changed. Maybe that was a problem they had initially and they addressed it somehow. But it's still a serious limitation. Like you're not going to be printing PLAs with ABSs or PETs with ABSs. You're still going to be doing like all PLAs that are within a fairly narrow heat margin of each other. Yeah, Aaron said Patrick apparently reviewed the firmware or received the firmware. I mean, that would be very telling if we could just see the firmware to see what kind of limitations. Fixer asked, how does it color blend? It doesn't. That's a side effect. It's not a feature. The only color blending it'll do is if like it goes through its purge process when it changes filaments, and then it hasn't fully purged the. If it hasn't fully purged the previous color, you're going to get a little bit of color bleed, and depending on the colors, it might not be too bad, but some. White walls would have been better than the dark gray. I disagree. My lighting's still kind of ghetto now. I'm gonna have to tweak it because everything's kind of chaotic right now. But like tomorrow will be a normal stream, and I'll have the lighting kind of set up properly. But I don't think it'll be bad. This print is not doing well. I guess we could stop it, but some of these, when they start to fail, it's kind of amusing to see like how bad they get. Because this guy has almost completely let loose. No, yeah, the color blending. I can't. It's it. I think it's a pipe dream with their current setup to think that something like that's going to happen, because there's just not enough. You can't get enough volume of the various filaments in a very controlled way in there to do it consistently enough to actually use for production. I mean, you could do some novelty kind of stuff with it, but anything that you can't recreate reliably, you're not going to be using to produce anything. But no, it's like I said. I hope I'm off base with some of my concerns. And if people are getting their stuff, I guess we're going to find out sooner than later. Because I don't think, I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think any of the people that have gotten their stuff are under like non-disclosure agreements or anything, are they? I mean, they might be. That might have been part of the beta testing, but hopefully that's not the case. Like, hopefully we don't have to wait until the actual retail ones ship. I wish I would have had my channel going sooner, because I probably could have qualified for as a beta tester, but what am I using for my webcam mount? The the 930E is on a regular like DSLR tripod, like a regular 60-inch tripod. This one is actually just like an old desk lamp that I modified. I cut all the stuff off the end and literally zip tied the camera base to it. And I'll turn it off here. I'll show you. It actually works really well. Because I have the base. I have a base, and it articulates. And then with the way the camera mount is, like, I have a whole bunch more articulation on the end. So I can get it in all kinds of places. Like up, down, whatever. But it actually works out really nice. It started as kind of like it started as like a makeshift solution, but ended up being kind of, with a little bit of extra work, became like a permanent solution until I come up with something better, which I can't really see in the foreseeable future. But no, I'm just kind of torn on it. I would like to pick up a second machine at the beginning of next year at some point, and it's one of those things. If I'm going to commit to the 4 material upgrade, I would like to have it on a second machine, and then still have like this one that I can just reliably pump out prints for stuff I'm going to be selling, stuff like that. But there's just a lot of little things I don't like about it. Like, one of my biggest reservations is going from this beautiful direct drive setup to, even though it's short, it is a short Bowden setup, but going to a Bowden setup, I don't know. I don't like that. And I know they couldn't really... I wish they would have like come up with like a hybrid system where they have like mini steppers that load and unload the filaments and assist with that, and then still maintain the direct drive for the actual hot end. I think that would have been a cool setup. Like, basically do everything they have now, except have that unit above here, and then when the filament actually gets pushed down to the hot end, instead of going into the hot end, to go back into the direct drive for the motor, and then disengage the steppers at the top. Bias against Bowden. Oh yeah, Eon, you can ask any number of questions. That's what these days are for. It's just kind of like a chill hangout day. Yeah, I saw Aaron mentioned the Zesty Nimble. I still haven't looked at that. I saw you mentioned that in the in Tom's stream, and I wanted to see what that was, but I never actually did. I have no idea what you're talking about. But okay, let's start painting some of this orange. I'm excited to paint this. I guess we should do the shelf first, because if I do this first, I'm going to be touching it and getting paint all over myself. So these Nintendos have to go. Oh, that's right. We can move this damn TV next, maybe. Yeah. The Zesty Nimble. Is it kind of something like I was talking about? Because like I said, I could see kind of like a hybrid system with like mini steppers handling the filament. Like once it retracts out of the main direct drive, like have mini steppers that would then like retract it further and then push the other one up into the main direct drive system. Like I could totally see a system like that. I think that would be like a happy middle ground that would probably work well if you could get the firmware and stuff. Let me go ahead and pull that up. I'll pull that up because I'm kind of anxious to see it. Heyo, my display capture's working. All right, give me a second. We'll check this out. I want to see it. I want to see this. Okay, the Zesty Nimble. Remote direct drive. How is it a... We won't have sound here, but hopefully they'll demonstrate what's going on. The old Benchy, always a classic. I mean, what is it? Just does it use that tube as its drive? I'm guessing that's kind of like the flexible shaft on like a Dremel tool or something, where this tube running in is actually like the drive mechanism. I wish they'd show it because I assume that tube running in from the remote motor is rotating. I wish they would have shown it. They didn't really illustrate how it works. Yep, okay, yeah, that works, okay. Yeah, that's almost exactly like a flexible shaft on like a Dremel tool. How they'll have a remote motor here with like either... Like, I don't know what kind of shafting material they'll use. But, yeah, I mean, that's cool. That takes... Like, obviously they have a, what you want to call it. But, no, that looks cool. I still think... Yeah, I mean, that would work. If you'd combine that, because that would give you, like, the benefits of a direct drive, but still keep the benefits of having, like, not so much mass on the print head, so you don't have, like, backlash and stuff. Like, you can see my machine wobbling a little bit. And all that's because it's, like, quickly moving this big hunk of mass there. But, yeah. No, that seems cool. That seems like a happy middle ground. Sweet. I didn't take notice. It's funny, I pulled it up. I didn't take notice to how much they were. Let me, we'll pull that up again real quick here. How much were they? Oh, it was funding unsuccessful. Oh no. Shit. So five. It's like the typical thing. £5 you get nothing. 15 pounds you get nothing. So for 65 pounds you get one. I mean, I don't know. I guess that seems reasonable. Does that does not count the stepper motor though? I mean, not that they're all that expensive, but is the stepper motor included with any of these? Or am I incorrect? Maybe somebody can correct me here. Am I correct in saying that it doesn't include the stepper? Huh, interesting. No, that's cool. I never looked. Did Aeon ever ask his question? He asked if he could ask a question. Oh, okay, he asked. There might be somebody in chat. Like, I can help you with this, but it'd be a little tough to do right now. He says, okay, so I messed up and formatted my second drive that had my BCD on it, and my PC won't boot anymore. I don't know if there's any other PC nerds in chat here that could help him with that. That is generally a fixable problem. I don't know if you've Googled it yet. You should probably be able to find some guides on that. If you have another computer to work with, you should be able to rebuild that. Depending on the exact circumstances, it might you might have foobarred it, but that might not be the case. But yeah, I've actually done similar things before. It happens, man. I wouldn't feel too bad about it. I mean, it sucks. Yeah, like Ann Busy said, you should just be able to go through like a fairly normal recovery procedure from Microsoft. Hey, look at this print. It actually finished. I'm shocked. Oh my god, that was like barely hanging on. It's kind of ugly. It's kind of ugly, but that's crazy that it finished as much as it did. You see all the thin fins are finished. They're actually not bad. The bridging again is damn near perfect. Even though it was like going at weird angles, it did bridge almost perfectly. And then with the exception of some of the shapes on the corners being squished a little bit, it actually completed almost everything. All the overhangs, I mean, they slowly fade into the area that lifted, but that's crazy. That's why I said I tend to let these finish just because it always like amuses me how they end up coming out. Now, see, this is a question I have. I would think this would be exactly the opposite. Now, look at these. This is the bottom of the one with the heat bed turned on. And the bottom doesn't look bad, but there's gaps in it. Like, it doesn't actually completely fill. It just, like, if you would show me these two prints, I would assume this is the one with the heat bed, and this is the one that was done cold. Because this one that was done cold, the bottom looks fantastic on it. It's completely edge to edge. There's no gaps. It looks absolutely beautiful. Like, you can see how smooth it is. Like, it just filled fantastically. Oh, I know why. It's funny I said that. This one was done at 190 and this one was done at 210. That's why. Yeah, because even though this one lifted, the bottom of that looks beautiful. I don't know if you can see that. It looks like it's almost flawless. But yeah, cool stuff. All right, so we'll give printing a rest for a while. Uh, let's paint this damn orange. I keep getting sidetracked. Let's get these Nintendos out of here. Because I'm really anxious to see this. I think this is going to look sweet in here. All right, I've been waiting for this. Yeah, I think the printer does look sweet now with somebody, who said that? That printer looks proper. I think you're talking about this one. With the chains and stuff, I think it looks sweet now. Getting all the orange accessories on there. The orange Rambo, kind of like... I thought I was going to hate because... the large part of the Rambo shell is orange and the cover is still black. I thought I was going to hate that because it was mismatched, but I actually really like it. It kind of has like a cool look. Okay, let's do this. This is gonna be cool. Luckily, we don't have to do hardly any prep work up here. Yeah, you said that, Aaron. For people who only want to do one, I'll stick with the I like having the heat bed chain. But yeah, we need to have, I have a website that I set up. It actually isn't under Nillabean, it's actually under a different name, but... But I'd really like to set that up as, an easy-to-access repository for all this stuff. Because it would be nice to go to a single location and have, a bunch of, articles about the MK2, easy access to all the files and stuff, so you don't necessarily have to create an account on all these different sites to access some of the STLs and stuff. It would also be nice, being that most people are going to be printing the pieces for the MK2s on an MK2, it would actually be nice to go ahead and pre-slice some of them to make it even easier for some people that are really entry level. I think that would be a nice alternative. Because like me, when I first started, I was kind of what do I want to say? I want to say something. I don't know. Oh, I was kind of intimidated, to do the slicing myself. That's why I printed, all of the test files on the SD before I actually, ventured out and started slicing my own stuff. Which is easy. I mean, it is an easy step to take once you actually just do it, but I get why people are intimidated by it. All right, we're going to do all this right now. I'm finally moving this damn TV. I had a There's some mouse turds up there. I had a little rodent friend for a few days. It's funny when I heard, like, you can hear when you have a mouse. He was back there skittering around and stuff, and I was mad. I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna fucking smash you, you little shit!" And then I saw him, and it was like the smallest mouse I've ever seen in my life, and I couldn't bring myself to smash him. So it just so happened I was sitting down here one night, and I heard some rustling in the trash can. Here he got himself stuck in the trash can, so I just like took him outside. I didn't have to like destroy him. But now I'm hoping this all looks kind of nice in here after this is all finished. Like I said, I need to kind of get my lighting set up in a more permanent way so it's more consistent between videos. But I've been slowly trying to work on stuff. Hopefully this paint is a decent color. The freaking guy at my Lowe's, like you can see it kind of. Like it's a reasonable match. It's reasonable. I went to Lowe's and Valspar had a color that was fairly close, but it was kind of expensive. So the guy was like, "Oh, I'll match that. That's no big deal. I'll just color match it." And then he used his machine, and you see there's two colors on there. The first one was so off, it was comical. Even he came over and he was like, "Yeah, I mean, I did the best I could, but meh." Because I'm not super picky, but it was like yellowish pumpkin-y orange. Not like the cool kind of bright Prusa orange. Alright, let's do this. And it begins. Oh, there's a damn tag on the end of that. Shit. There's a freaking UPC tag on the end. Alright. Hopefully this looks right and doesn't just look like Halloween in here or something weird. No! Dripping already. So is that like, I know you can't really see a lot of it, so is that going to class it up or is it going to look stupid? What's the general consensus in chat here? Because I can tell already it's going to take 2 coats. But yeah, hopefully it'll look cool. Because we're going to do this rail too. I think that'll be the part that makes the biggest difference. You can definitely tell this is cheap paint. They paint the floor joists orange too. Yeah, that would be cool. But I'm just gonna put. I'm gonna get a ceiling in here in the next week or two. Because now that it's winter, like I need to insulate the floor here, and I've been putting it off forever. Yeah, I think that'll look kind of classy in here. Like I said, the lighting in here is kind of like, I don't know, not ideal because they're just kind of like scattered around. But I need to tighten up my lighting game here. But I also saw you guys mentioning Home Depot. We don't have a Home Depot in our town. Our town's like the smallest. We don't even have a Taco Bell. Is that a reality check for anybody? We don't have a Taco Bell or a Wendy's in our town. We have McDonald's, Hardee's, KFC. That's the only fast food we have. Yeah, it never ceases to surprise me how you Americans have a lot of wood. Yeah, like my house I think was built in the 50s. So things are changing a little bit, but yeah, for the most part everything's like we call it stick built. Everything's stick built around here. It's all like 2x6s and drywall. I hate drywall. I hate drywall. That's one of the things like I envy about places that have like different building practices. Is drywall is like the worst, the absolute worst. I bet none of you thought you were going to be tuning into this old house today. All right, not bad. I know, like usual, that color kind of looks like odd on the webcam because I'll have to once my lighting's a little more permanent. I'll actually do some like color calibration with my monitor and stuff, and get this to replicate colors properly. Because this is a better like I guess that looks okay. I guess it looks all right on. Yeah, I don't know. It looks a little yellower on stream than it actually does in person. It's kind of like a reddish orange in person. But still, I think it looks cool. See now, like the guy that was saying about us Americans and all our wood. See, now people can tune in and be like, maybe that's acrylic. Maybe he's got some kind of composite shelving. I don't even know. Maybe it's not just some stupid American with all their stupid wood. Oh, there's a drip. I know my wife's going to be kind of surprised when she walks down here tonight. She didn't know any of this was going down today. I said I said something to her the other night about I had wanted to kind of bring my family on stream, just like when I hit 1,000, because 1,000's like such a huge mile mark for me. Let me turn that up a little. I said something to her about just like doing a brief pop in on stream to say hi and as like a thank you to everybody, and to know that like subbing and all the support and stuff does really have a big impact on my life. She could not be less interested. I thought it was funny. She was just like, no, it's not gonna happen. Because my daughter won't care. She obviously she's 2, but my wife not interested. Not even a little bit. All right, moving right along. Sorry if there's any noise when I move this. I'm sure there is. Oh, especially when I'm knocking everything. But I am excited to hit 1,000. I think being that all these privacy warning video, yeah, I have seen that actually, Aaron. I think some people are going to be surprised at how much stuff I have to give away because I'm going to do it all these mini giveaways have been deferred so many times that like I'm gonna do them all at 1,000. Whenever we do 1,000, I'm gonna do a video, and then we're gonna have a big special stream for when we hit 1,000, which probably won't be too far. Looks like we'll probably hit 700 like tonight, maybe, if things keep going at the rate they have been. So I wouldn't be surprised if in like 2 weeks or so we're at 1,000. But yeah, we're gonna have a big special stream and stuff, and I think some people are gonna be shocked at how much stuff I have to give away. Cause like Joe, I don't know if he's still here. I have a whole bunch of Prusa bearing, or not Prusa, of IGUS bearings to give away. I have some filament to give away. I have a whole bunch of prints because there's going to be like different categories. Like I have a whole bunch of stuff I've printed for people that are just getting their MK2s to save them a little bit of time. Printing some of the little upgrade pieces and stuff that I've used, like just some of the stupid stuff. Like the cable chain sets, I'll have to get some of the updated Rambo cases and stuff for those, but I'd like to give some of the complete sets of pieces to do the cable chain upgrades. Some of the more trivial things like filament guides, oilers, stuff like that, but I have a whole bunch of stuff to give away. And then a whole bunch of like trivial giveaways. Like I'll probably give one or two, maybe three of these marble machines away, because everybody likes those. These things are pretty super cool. But give them away with all the bearings and stuff you need, so it's not like a pain to get yourself. And then, like I said, a bunch of trivial stuff, like all of the test prints and stuff I want to give away, because people seem to like that stuff. Like the Adelinda dragons and stuff. Like people like that stuff, so. Because some of these are cool for people who don't have printers. Because I know a lot of people that sub don't actually even have printers. Some people just like to come in the streams and hang out for a little while and talk and hang out and shit. So, like, a lot of that stuff is cool for them because if you're like me, I hadn't really seen much stuff in person that had been 3D printed. So, like a year or so ago, if I'd have got something like this, I thought that would be cool as shit to me, personally. Have a dragon or even some of the smaller things. So, I have a bunch of stuff to give away. Especially, I kind of mentioned it to IGUS, and I have a feeling they're going to send me a bunch of stuff. Like I said, they have been an absolutely shockingly cool company to deal with. Other companies, not so much. Like, I love E3D's stuff, but they were not the nicest when I reached out to them. I wasn't even asking for handouts. I was just trying to, like, touch base with them about doing reviews and stuff, and they gave no shits at all, and kind of made that readily apparent. But no, IGUS has been great. You can tell that IGUS is a company that genuinely wants our business, which any company does. I mean, to be fair, but they go about it in such a great way that it makes it beneficial for everybody and not just them. Like, they're not just trying to squeeze money out of your wallet. You mean IGUS or E3D? I could definitely see that with E3D. That subtlety is not their strong suit when they're speaking English. I definitely got that impression, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case, Ryan. I mean, you might mean IGUS, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case with E3D. Subtlety not their strong suit in the yeah, E3D. Subtlety not their strong suit in the emails I've gotten from them. I think they definitely benefit from hiring some native English speakers to do some translation for some of their PR stuff. I guess I did kind of think about it. The fanboy is strong with this one, eh? Doing the my workshop in like the Prusa orange kind of motif. I guess it is what it is. But I would imagine if I could fast forward like several years from now, I'll probably have several printers from several companies, and that probably will be the case. But for the time being, I don't mind being a little bit of a Prusa fanboy because they're definitely going to be my main squeeze for the foreseeable future. So the day might come where the Nillabean basement workshop has a different color motif, but for now, I'm kind of digging this. I guess I should tape this off a little bit. I do want this corner to be kind of clean. With NESs being sold for around 100, how is it you have so many and why? Um, the reason I have so many is I had kind of fallen into being a buyer and reseller over the last year or so. But the main reason I have so many is basically because I've been slacking on selling stuff on eBay for the last basically ever since I started streaming. But I like some of them are ugly. I don't know. You can't really see this one. Like this one here on the bottom is yellowed really bad, and this one on the top's like kind of moderately yellowed. Uh, but I don't just like resell stuff willy nilly. Like I completely refurbish everything I sell, which doesn't take a ton of time, but it does take some time. Like every NES I sell, I completely disassemble, clean, refurbish. Like I retension the pins on the 72 pin connector. Uh, like I don't like to just move product. I like to sell something and know that somebody's going to use it for the next decade and not have problems with it. So that's why I ended up having so much, is because my turnover is kind of slow. But no, it just for a long time, like I would pick up NESs, and basically anytime I'd see any within a certain price range, I would buy them. But yeah, like a lot of these, like if they're only yellowed a little bit, and you take the time to match components that are all at the same kind of patina, if you want to call it that, they still look nice. Like even this one, it's kind of overtly yellow. I know you guys can't really see it back there, but if you take the time to match everything up nice and actually match controllers with it and stuff, which nobody does, I don't know why I even do it, but and then I always sell them as bundles. Like I'll sell a bundle with an NES, two controllers, uh, the power, like an original power brick from Nintendo, uh, all that crap. Usually with like Mario 1, 2, 3, and then one or two more like classic games, and I sell bundles like that. It's just the way I prefer doing stuff instead of like. It's like I was talking earlier. For Black Friday, I'm gonna try to get rid of. I mean, they're not sitting over here anymore, but I have like probably 400 or 500 NES games, and I want to try to get rid of them because I hate reselling games. It's just like a high volume, low profit kind of business model, and I'm not reliable enough to like do that consistently enough to make decent money. Joshua Carter said I subbed. You're a cool guy. Well, thanks for that. I do appreciate it. Uh, like I mentioned earlier, this isn't a normal day. Like normally, I'm not painting on stream. I know that's not for everybody, but normally it is exclusively 3D printing stuff. Like whether it's messing with software or machine upgrades, or it's usually always directly 3D printing related. But today's just kind of an off day. Tomorrow I'll be streaming and doing some normal 3D printing stuff. Like it's looking like I probably won't get to the nozzles today, more than likely, because I have yeah, I have somebody showing up at about 2:30, but YouTube stuttering every so often. Yeah, sorry about that. Like unfortunately it's probably on your end. Oh, it's not. It's not actually. Let me I see what the problem is. I see what the problem is. I'm streaming at 60 frames instead of 30. I'm going to drop stream very quickly and bring it back up, and it'll probably fix that. I didn't realize I had so many dropped frames. Okay. Okay, we should be back. Hopefully that was painless. Hopefully it won't even, am I back? Hopefully, that won't even put a break in the YouTube video, so. But yeah, like that. Like that crap. Having to take so many pictures and stuff, it just, the high volume, low profit isn't something I can do consistently. Because I'm kind of an unreliable person if nobody's noticed how erratic my schedule is. But plus I like on a personal level, like I get more out of providing somebody with one of those like bundles, knowing that they're going to get a lot of enjoyment out of it, than I do like just hooking somebody up with a game. So I'm a sensitive guy, all right? That interpersonal stuff usually means a lot to me. So, but yeah, thanks for pointing that out on the stream. I forgot that I had been recording some gameplay at 60 frames. I need some music in here is what I need. For the days like this. But yeah, hopefully this will look cool. This will be a nice little orange corner for a nice little orange printer. Have like a nice feng shui. Definitely going to take one more coat here on this wall, though, unfortunately. But has anybody in chat printed any cool stuff lately? I really haven't, unfortunately. Like, to me, those little tokens were cool, but like in the grand scheme of 3D printing, they're not very cool. They're just kind of cool on a personal level. All right, home stretch. Home stretch here. All right. So there's the corner done. Next is this this edge along the workbench here. I think this will make the biggest appearance difference. I think this will make a big difference in the overall kind of ambiance. YOLO painting. I'm just... The orange isn't as bad, but the gray definitely was just putting as much paint on the wall as quickly as I could. How big is one glass of beer in the U.S.? 12 ounces, I think? I don't know how many liters that is. Yeah, I used to... At my old job, I did... if anybody's ever heard of Manitowoc or Grove Cranes, I used to do CAD work for them. And, like, my mental conversions into metric used to be, like, on point, but that was 10 years ago, and it has really faded. Which makes me sad. Anybody need any old gaming magazines? I have a lot, like a shocking amount. I know you guys can't see them, but like there's Nintendo Powers over here. There's like several shelves of them down there. Game Informers, all kinds of stuff. Like I should give away some of this stuff. Like these top secrets. These are old like NES play guides, like official ones that are licensed. I have like 14 of these. And they're all the same. They're all the same. They're not even like different ones. I have like 14 of just that one. All right, quick tape job here. Where's my knife? What kind of like I would like to have music on some of these streams, but I kind of worry about like YouTube giving me a hard time for the rights violations. But what kind of stuff do you guys listen to? Like I know asking somebody about their musical preferences depending on the circumstances is kind of like asking what your favorite sexual position is. Like the conversation tends to be the same. But just out of curiosity, what kind of stuff are you guys listening to right now? I don't mean I don't mean literally right now. I just mean like at this point in your life. Because I'm a metalhead for sure. Like if I could put anything on, I'd probably put either a band called Bellacore or maybe uh I've been listening to a group called Ginger lately, but like opera. Have you ever listened Joey, have you ever listened to groups like have you ever heard of a chick called Tarja Turunen? I really like her. Like she's one of my favorite female vocalists. And she's like a oh god, I can't remember the band. She used to be like a backup or lead, I guess, technically. A lead singer for shit, I can't believe I can't remember. But but yeah, I'm a big Tarja fan. She's one of my favorite female vocalists. But she sings in like an operatic style. Oh no, I have my mixer over here. It's kind of in the way. Okay, that's enough taping to get started at least. Yeah, it looks like we have a wide variety of stuff here. Yeah, I actually play guitar too. I definitely like metal, but I like melodic metal more than just like blast beat metal. You like listening to the sound of tape. It is it is one of those weird things like all the ASMR channels and stuff. Like there are some people that are into that stuff. I always think of you think of listening to weird stuff like that. I always think of a Stephen King movie called The Langoliers from back in the day, like the 80s. And there was that guy, I think his name was Toomey or something, but he used to when he would get all weird, he would sit and tear paper and he would like, I don't know, get off on the sound of that kind of. All right, it has begun. We're rounding the corner. I can see already. I'm just going to get a quick coat on this because it's going to take two. So we'll just kind of get a base on here and let it dry. I can tell already. I'm glad I did this. This is going to be like a cool change in here to mix things up visually. This paint, you can definitely tell this is cheap paint, though. It doesn't cover all that well. Yeah, but what kind of stuff do we have here? Disturbed. Who pop air packing material? Yeah, that's kind of weird. Like, nothing against the ASMR crowds, but that's kind of weird. You really like the orange? I do. Like I said, it kind of looks a little more yellow. Like, it's actually a very rich red orange in person. It looks really nice in person, but I can see on the stream it's kind of got like a weird, like, pumpkin orange vibe, and it doesn't really look that in person. It's a lot more red. Plus this front rail is going to require another coat, which will darken it up a little bit. Plus, well, let me change my camera settings here so it matches reality a little bit better. Because it's not quite as bad as it's looking on stream there. Like, that looks a little bit more like the temp colors on these cameras is kind of bitchy, for lack of a better word. It's kind of tough to get them to actually recreate reality. But you see how, like, rich it looks back there. Like, this will look the same with another coat. Like, I think in the corner there, how it looks on cam is actually more like how it looks in person. Maybe. I have a delay on the, like, actual YouTube video. But, like, in OBS on this monitor, it kind of matches what it looks like. But speaking of orange, are you using ABS or PLA orange for your printer upgrades? I actually found comparison. Like, here's one, and then so here's two oranges, right? These are both PLA. This is the orange PLA that came with the Prusa printer, and it does not matches. Or it does not matches. It does not really match the Prusa orange. And then this is like from a company called AIO Robotics. I've linked it in other videos. I'll link it in this video then. This orange PLA actually very closely matches the printer, and this is kind of like a more has like a peach, like a pale kind of peachy orange, and it doesn't really match. But you can see when I hold this over the corner there that actually it's a really close match to the actual orange on the printer. And this is kind of like a more peachy, pale, semi-transparent kind of got some kind of thing going on like that. Same with this Adelinda dragon. It's just a little more pale than the actual printer is. But yeah, the AIO, I have to say that AIO red or orange is probably my favorite PLA to date that I've printed with. And it's actually fairly inexpensive. I'll show you the difference on the roll. Because here's the AIO. You can see like how nice and rich and red it looks. And then here is the orange. I know like I upped the saturation and stuff, but you can see like the difference. This has got like the orange that came with the Prusa has like a weird semi-transparent quality to it when it prints. And then this is just a rich, very opaque, solid color. But no, I really love this AIO Robotics. I think this roll was $12.99 for 500 grams, half a kilogram, 1.1 pounds. But this is actually more expensive than most of their colors for some reason. This was $12.99, and most of their colors are $9.99 for 500 grams. So for me, it's kind of like right in that sweet spot for filament prices, where it's not really expensive, but it is a nicer PLA than some of the other ones. Because I have that Hatchbox Silver, which is kind of like a light gray more than it is a silver. But it has, I don't know, I don't really like the texture of it. It's like, I printed this, this is one of the Batarang test prints, and it's super flexible. Like, it's ridiculously flexible, which is good for some things, but for most of the things I've printed, like, I don't... And it's not like I'm... Like, a normal PLA out of the other prints, this would be breaking at this point, so... Joey said he could not find those desiccant packs. For me, they were back in the hunting section. It actually took me about 20 minutes to find them in my Walmart, because there was just a little box of them sitting kind of like back on the shelf. And, yeah, it actually took me a long time to find them, too. Because I'd like to just order some of the bulk desiccant in, like, those big gallon containers off of Amazon. But I haven't had the money nor the time to actually sit and do it. But, yeah, if anybody's looking for a really close match to the Prusa Orange, the AIO Robotics, I got this on Amazon. But it is a very close match. I know my printer's down on the floor, but like all my cable chains and stuff are in that, and it's a tiny bit more red than the Prusa Orange, but still a very close match, closer than any of the other like PLAs I've seen. Because most of those are in ABS, like the actual parts that come on your printer, but I haven't printed ABS yet. All right, let's get this done. This should dry really fast because this is bare wood on this first coat. So I'll probably just go over it again real quick instead of waiting hours. We'll just lay it on really heavy. But no, overall, I think this looks cool. Like I said, it'll take some lighting and camera tweaks to make it translate properly on stream, but in person it looks cool. Like, especially with the gray. I know somebody said that a white would look better, but I like it. Plus, if you're like me, I watch Tom stream every time he streams, and it'll be a nice mix because he's got like the really super uh, bright white kind of setup, which I think looks great. It looks really professional, but I think this will be like a nice change. I think like both of our like sets here will look very different, which will be nice. Because I hate just like copying people. I want to kind of have my own thing going here, but yeah, I think it'll be a nice variety for the 3D printing YouTube world. Hey, there's some music. Telephone. I don't got time for that. We're doing serious work here. All right, these damn screw holes are the hardest part, getting like paint in them. Jamming my brush in there like an idiot. But yeah, these wood edges should dry really fast. The wall kind of takes a while to dry. I noticed that with the gray. All right, and like I said, I think I'm just going to go over this again really quick. There's no use waiting. I have to do the edge here, but I need to move some stuff to tape up that last bit, so I'll do that later. We'll just get a nice heavy coat on here to try to bring this to the right shade. Nice and heavy. Try to keep it from dripping, I guess. But like I think Ryan mentioned that wood putty. You're trying too hard. I'm not wood putty in this. This is a workshop ultimately. We'll just jam the brush in there until the paint sticks. This is already more work than I ever intended on putting into this little workbench. All right, not bad. Classing it up in here. All right, and a quick another coat on this. I think it should be all that this will need. But you can see, I think somebody already mentioned that, as it dries, it darkens up quite a bit as it dries. Because you can already see that top rail kind of looks a lot more red than it did when we painted it. Oh no! Did it get me? That didn't get me. All right. I mean, we're not done, but that's a hell of a start. No, it did get me a little bit. Yeah, I think this is gonna be all right. I think. Oh Jesus! Don't move your printer with the filament on top. I've learned that lesson several times, and yet here I still am learning it again. Ugh. All right. We still have a bunch of rearranging to do, but yeah, that is definitely the orange on orange back there is definitely not subtle. The only problem with the posts underneath is that those are treated with boiled linseed oil, so I probably can't paint them. I guess I could. Again, on stream, they kind of look like an orange, but they're actually kind of like a nice warm wood tone. Oh, shit. Malfunction. But yeah, I probably can't get paint to stick to them, unfortunately. I guess I could sand them, but for the time being, they're gonna remain untouched. Yeah, like I said, this edge over here, I'll do that probably off stream, because I'm gonna have to move some stuff to tape that up. Like my mixer and stuff's over here, and the wires are kind of hanging over in a way that I can't really paint around. But no, I think we got a good start here. I kind of want to throw one of these nozzles on and do a little bit of a test print. Maybe we'll do that before we call it a day. I'll set all this paint aside. I guess I should not be an asshole and check my phone. Because I have a friend, it's kind of crazy, like, I wouldn't be surprised in a year or two I have, like, a studio down here that I kind of rent out to people. Because at this point I have, like, 4 different YouTube projects that I work on, work with other people on. What about the white between the 2 bins? That's actually PVC. This... that's a PVC support kind of thing for the shelf. I guess I could paint that, but I guess I probably should paint that. But I'll have to like spray that with primer and then paint it. Same with these brackets. I guess I should take those off and spray primer them and paint them orange as well, and just kind of like completely embrace the color theme here. But yeah, look how red this side looks without the bright lights and stuff. But no, I think it's a nice, it's a welcome change. Yeah, well, I do want to. I'll do like a completely separate kind of normal video for the nozzles, because that's like me as someone new into 3D printing. That was something I had a lot of questions about. Let me sit my ass down. Because unless I'm mistaken, you have to change these while the machine is at temp, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Because I am super anxious. Anybody that didn't see earlier, I got one of the little fun packs from E3D that has a 0.25, 0.3, 0.35, 0.4, 0.6, and 0.8 millimeter nozzle. Kind of like a variety pack. And it comes on this... I'm kind of surprised they have this nice little like laser cut wood display thing. It's kind of cool. But holy crap, is the hole in the 0.25 whenever small. Like, I have kind of poor vision. I can hardly see it. What do you guys think? Do you want to try a nozzle here? I guess I'll have to move the printer over. Because I'm really hoping it just solves all the problems I had doing these really small prints. I just scored a 10-pack of nozzles for $5 eBay dollars. Well done. Well done. This is that Aniceto? He asks, will the finer tips provide greater detail? I like, apparently, yes. Dramatically so. Dramatically higher details. That's why, like, I was printing, like, stuff like this. This is, the layer height is fantastic on these. Like, this little castle, like, the little parapets and stuff are all, like, finely detailed. It's all really nice. All good stuff. But I was printing, if no one's seen... I was printing these very small tokens for a... You see, that's like smaller than a quarter. It's a little bigger than a dime, a little smaller than a quarter. And they have a little inlaid R on them. And they're tokens for a tabletop war game that I play. And they're really clean. I mean, it's really me just being nitpicky. Like about the little gaps and stuff in the top layer. But I really want to get them perfect because I intend on selling sets of these to guys in my local gaming group. So let's do this. Let's move the printer over here. I wish I had the other ones. Because like I said, I came up with a design that they actually like nest nicely inside of each, not nest, but stack and interlock. And I was quite proud of myself. Because it took a lot of trial and error to get them to fit into each other correctly. But as with most things on this stream, this is absolutely uncharted territory for me. So I would imagine we have to do this at temperature. If anybody can confirm that. Some of you guys have probably tried different nozzles before. Flash them with some acid. You can do that with ABS. I don't know if you can actually do that with PLA. I think you need some kind of special chemical. I see you in here, Jedi. I see you're still here. Thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate it. We'll have to play some more MechWarrior tonight if you've recovered enough after your long stream. I just can't think of what the hell I would have done with them. I don't know where they're at. But anyway, let's heat this up. We'll pull up. We'll go and simplify 3D, I think. You need to heat it to 280 to change them? Are you like seriously? Holy hell. E3D. I don't know. I hate like Googling things. Well, I say that. I was gonna say I hate Googling things on stream because it's boring, and I just fucking painted for 2 hours. So I guess that's not really a valid complaint. Swapping. Heat your hot end to 285C. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm like kind of shocked. Okay, I mean, okay. I'm kind of scared, honestly. I've never had this thing anywhere near that hot. Okay, so we got power. We'll swap the tip out, and then I guess I'll have to pull my sock off too. But we'll swap the tip, and then we'll have to go in and change our extrusion settings for the smaller tip, and then we'll see how this goes. I guess I should preheat. I wonder if this has a setting for changing the nozzle. Well, there I just went into settings and set the nozzle temp for 275. Do I have a fire extinguisher near me? I do not, actually. I do not. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of scared, honestly. E3D says that that's the correct temperature. Well, let me get my big head out of the way. So there our sock is off. And it looks like I actually had some filament in underneath the sock. So there are filaments out. Stuff's kind of stringy. We'll leave that sit there. I'm scared. I hope I don't destroy anything. I guess at the very least it'll be entertaining to you guys, I'm sure. A little bit of Schadenfreude. Those strings like to get sucked into the fan. Yes, they do. I've seen that already. I'm kind of scared. I think I'm going to lower it a little bit. There, I changed it to 250. I do have the proper hex nut wrench. It's the little fun pack comes with one. You missed me getting S3D. Well, you can thank Joey Nuggets for that. He actually threw me a bone and bought me a copy. Which, again, Joey, I said every time I see you, I was going to have to start the conversation with, like, groveling. But, yeah. Huge. Like, everybody, give Joey a little love. Because he absolutely did not have to do that. That was, like, super, super cool. I do like it, too. It was kind of jarring at first because it's got, like, a weird UI. Like, it's more of a throwback to some of the industrial software I used to have to work with. More than kind of like that super refined interface that you're used to with some of the other software. Don't damage your heat bed. Yeah, I did move it up away from the heat bed. Let's try this. We'll try this. I'm not going to torque it very much, and I have a little. Oh, I got paint on myself again. I have this little adjustable wrench. This thing has been so handy over the years. We'll try to get this off, and if it doesn't seem like it wants to move, yeah. Oh, damn it, they're not wide enough. I'll just use the trusty Leatherman here. Oh shit. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Are they threaded the normal direction? Yeah, they seem to be. Okay. I'm just scared. I don't want to break anything. No, the whole heat block moved a little bit. I hope I didn't break anything. I know my wrench is heating up quickly. I hope I didn't break anything. I hope I didn't break anything, because now my, like, heat block is a little more mobile than it was before. I guess I need something to catch this with. Alright, it's coming out. Pro tip, do not grab this with your fingers. Huzzah! Old tip is out. Woo! But yeah, my like... I guess that just needs retightened. I'm like my whole block is wiggling a little bit. I don't know if I can get it on the second cam here. I really hope I didn't break anything. Alright, I don't know if you guys can see this, but like my whole block is kind of loose now. Is that, I guess is that a hex? I can't really see because of the lights. I assume I just need to tighten. Yeah, I must just need to tighten the block. Don't drop it in my shorts. I just about dropped something else in my shorts when that whole assembly started moving. Okay, new nozzle. I'll start it with my fingers, but I'm going to have to... Holy shit, that gets hot quick. Hot, 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 hot. Fudge. Okay. I smell burning skin a little bit. I assume that doesn't have to be really tight. I would just guess. Yeah, I'm not putting any more tension on that than that. Okay, so we're in, so I guess we'll let it cool down. Yeah, huh. That's a little more... I was expecting that to be a little less stressful than that. You know, my nozzles, it is nice to be able to take this off and clean it. I guess it's hard to clean up without heating it up, but... No, okay, so we're there, that's half the battle. Yeah, I think that's fairly tight. I just don't want to torque anything because there's nothing really substantial in there. And then it looks like I said, I can't see because of the lights, but it looks like I need a hex wrench and tighten that back up. It's so weird seeing this stream on camera now. With all the orange and gray. I think it does look better. It's just kind of... I'm not used to it yet. I need to get a new damn hex set, too. Because this is too big, and I think these are too small. And I don't know what I did with my Prusa, the ones that came with the kit. Yeah, I don't know. I hope I didn't break, like, the, I hope I didn't break anything in the hot end. With there still being... Oh, there actually doesn't seem to be movement there. Now. Still hot. Still very hot. But yeah, I hope I didn't snap the little heat break pipe or anything in there. But I guess we'll see. We're fairly cool now. I just can't see because of that damn light. Yeah, I don't really see where I can tighten that. Or is it like, did somebody mention that, I was going to say the same thing, mathematics. I was going to say exactly that, and I didn't. Is it like someone said, if the nozzle's tight, does that actually tighten everything else up? I actually can't, it doesn't seem like I can rotate the heat block now that the nozzle's back in place. Yeah, so maybe that was it. Ow, damn, that's still hot. Okay, let's get all this crap out of here. I think I'll just leave the sock off for now. We'll, I'll do some, I have to set up some profiles for the different... That is a fantastic question, Ryan. Ryan asked, why aren't I reading E3D's instructions instead of wildly guessing? I don't think you've seen how I operate around here. Have you? You should know these things by now. You should be able to answer that question. Why don't I read the instructions? Get out of here with that nonsense. Okay, so we should be able to move along here. Hi everyone, I have an open-ended question for you. Where can I buy M3 bolts and T-nuts for 2040? Yeah, they should be depending on where you're at, they should be fairly easy to find even in some of your like home improvement stores. But then the obvious answer is like eBay can be hit or miss, but it's always like it's frustrating to watch. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You have to just find the entertainment value in it. Well, I mean, to be fair, like I usually am prepared for some things, but like this, I just wanted to do it. Just kind of like doing it on stream here. We'll all learn together. I'm not really advocating that anybody else do the things I do, but it is what it is. Don't hate. Don't be a hater. But okay, so let me shift some windows around here. Spread the love, man. Oh, are you kidding me? Freaking camera. Okay. So So let us get simplify up here, and oh, it looks like the pieces are still in here. Let me share the screen here. So here are these pieces, and you can see these were just kind of like the initial tests. And there's a little ring on the top, and then on the bottom there's a little recess that the ring sets in, and it allows you to stack them, right? No big deal. Nothing too fancy. So now we're going to go in here and change our nozzle diameter to 0.25, and then, if I'm not mistaken, that should be all that we have to change. Right? I mean, I don't think there's anything we really have to change. We'll print it 200. Nothing else is really going to change. I haven't imported my PID tunings into Simplify yet, but everything else should remain the same, I would assume. I'll leave the infill extrusion width a little. I'll leave it a little over just to see how it goes. We'll change this minimum infill length to. We'll go to twice the diameter of our nozzle, just so it will put even tiny little pieces in, and we'll up the overlap a little bit. Just in case. And I want to put this to concentric just to test it. So let's prepare. And yeah, look how fine those lines are. That's cool. But I wanted to try concentric so it does like a circular pattern. But hopefully this ends up turning out okay. And hopefully it manages the overhangs okay underneath. I'm anxious to see how this goes. All right, so we'll test. We'll just arbitrary number 3579. All right, so that's the file we're going to be printing. What about the? Oh yeah, we will have to do a Z height calibration. Click on the green plus. What is that for? Iron. Oh, you mean to save these? I'm not too worried about saving them. Because this will just be like a one-off test for the most part. Yeah, I won't save that, Aaron. Well, I mean, I know it does save it, but that's fine. I'll go back and adjust that later. Yeah, that's fine. I'll change everything back. That's not that big of a deal. But I guess we can do the V2 calibration real quick. I think it's still on here. Let me switch this file over. Hopefully we have enough battery here. Yeah. Oh, I gotta answer the door real quick. I'll be right back. I'm still streaming, so I'll be a few minutes. Oh, no problem. That's cool. Make sure I'm not here. It's a mess down here for sure. Bastard. Don't fall.
Nah, that's the case for the table.
Sorry, I got some company. It'll just be a minute here. Yeah, I'll do the V2 calibration to do a quick Z height adjust before we run this. I'm just waiting. God damn it. All right. Fucking laptop. Yeah, I'm still streaming. I was doing some painting and.
Oh, I figured you were printing something when you said you were streaming.
No, we just. Yeah, we just changed. I'm just catching my friend up here. We just changed smaller nozzle and stuff.
That's stupid of me.
He was in here for 18 seconds and already walked into the camera.
Yes, I'm a genius.
But I put a 0.25 millimeter nozzle on instead of the 0.4.
Ooh. I wonder how that thing's gonna end up working. Because your detail's already been pretty good out of your other one.
Yeah, but some of these things... this is actually the guy that I play this war game with. But, like, I've been trying to make these tokens, and that's fine.
That's not bad at all.
Like I was telling these guys, I think the detail level's fine. I just want it to be, like, perfect. So...
Yeah, like a smaller one would probably do that.
Yeah, because it's damn near half the size. I wanted to get a 0.15 nozzle, but they're $19 freaking dollars.
At least see how the other one works first.
Well, I got this cool little kit for 40. Well, 36.
Yeah, I'm saying at least
With
see how those
tips.
work first. I mean, if that's acceptable, who cares?
Okay, so we're going to do our V2 calibration. That's like way down here in the list. And do our... Oh, there it is. Okay, so there we're preheating. We'll double check our Z height like you guys suggested. Like just eyeballing it, it appears to be entirely in... up in the heat... God damn, what am I trying to say? Up in the heater, but we'll double check it here.
You will have some awesome photos there.
But yeah, anybody that hasn't done this, what you want me? You mean do the calibration instead of the live Z? I can do that. Like I said, eyeballing it, I'm not really afraid that it's gonna hit the heat bed. We can do that. We can do that so you guys don't lose your cool. So nobody that's done the Z calibration, it'll just prompt you to move your Z axis completely to the top. Until you have both motors skipping steps. And then the nozzle doesn't need cleaned. It'll prompt you to confirm that the Z carriage is all the way at the top. And then it'll go through a little automated process. We'll turn this secondary camera off. It'll go through an automated process to calibrate the Z height. Like I said, this is the correct way to do it. Not generally how I do things. But what do you do? No, I wish I could find the other tokens I printed. I don't know what I did with them. I don't know if I took them upstairs. But these were the first, I don't know, you guys can't really see it, but these are the first little tokens I did. They're a little bit bigger than a dime and a little bit smaller than a quarter. I guess they're about the size of a nickel. I guess it'd be the easiest. That would be that would be the closest approximation. But I had a nice little stack of 6.
And yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If you can start making stuff like on that scale, you can probably do okay. The cool thing is gonna be coming up with symbols for them. Because the one thing I see people doing all the time is either custom symbols or writing the whole effect name onto the token, which at that size is well out of your range. It's like 3 or 4 words.
Well, yeah, I don't...
Yeah, I don't see that happening with what you're doing there. Though the guys who are doing those tokens are much bigger.
I have no idea. I have no idea where they are.
Well, you have one.
But anyway.
So, like, as long as we can see one token.
No, I agree, Ryan. It is important that I do things correctly. So is it already done? Did it already do the... I guess I've never done the Z calibration before. Let's do the... Well, normally it's part of the XYZ calibration. It does it all at the same time. I've never done just the Z calibration. So we'll do the V2 print quick and adjust our live Z. And then we'll print this file out here and see how it goes. Where is it? It's hard to find. It's like I would recommend. I need to do that too. It's good to start using folders when you reach a certain point with files on your SD card.
Imagine that, directories. It's like they're there for a computer for a reason.
But we'll go ahead and do. It's heating up for the V2 calibration, and then. No, I understand, Ryan. You're absolutely right. I need to be. Like these Hangout streams, I'm a little looser with protocol than I would be if I was doing like a normal video. But yeah, thanks. That's what. If you guys weren't watching, that's what we did today. We did painting on our 3D printing stream. So.
What'd you paint?
What do you mean? What did I paint? You've been down here before. It wasn't gray and orange before.
What?
Like my friend's down here, he didn't even realize. Jesus yeah, holy hell!
Jesus Christ, I'm stupid.
I was like, everything in sight has been painted, essentially.
Oh my God! Yeah. Yeah, no wonder you thought I was like. Yeah.
I was like, I don't know how to better describe it. I don't know how to like better.
Then,
yeah.
Yeah, I just painted the room. It's like, what'd you paint? It's like
everything.
You might be a fucking dumbass.
Hey, this is a
okay.
family friendly.
Sorry, you might be stupid.
I can tell this is gonna take several coats, so we'll just throw.
Oh yeah.
Some more paint on here.
Yeah, like that's virgin wood though, isn't it? You haven't painted it before?
No.
Oh, it's gonna take more than a few.
No, I mean it's the cheap paint more than anything.
What are you using?
I'm using paint right. Give me a break here.
Okay, well, no reason why I'm saying that is
be a passive observer.
Okay, I'll shut
up. No, it's fine.
No reason why I say is because
you came in hot and heavy.
It's because Valspar.
I don't think it is. It's Olympia.
Yeah, because they have some Valspar that's like color and primer in the same coat, and that works great. That works well on my plaster walls.
So we're gonna do our live Z adjust. Oh, I never loaded filament. Holy hell. Yeah, I never loaded. I don't know if anybody noticed this. I never loaded filament. Did anybody point that out? All you guys that are always on top of me. All you guys are always on top of things. You didn't even notice I didn't load filament. Okay. Yeah, that is a crucial step while we're keeping procedures correct. Hopefully, yeah, it's still hot enough. All right, filament. Filament, important part of the 3D printing recipe. I'm just anxious to see how small this little line of extrusion is. It's pretty little. Yeah. Chat said you should be doing the painting, I should be doing the 3D printing.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like I just did it in my house or something. And like wood's so much easier than plaster. Plaster's like the worst thing in the world to paint.
Okay. V2 calibration for real this time. Okay, this is partially for my friend and then partially for anybody who hasn't done this before. The V2 calibration file that comes with the printer is it's a very brief print that just gives you an opportunity to. That's true. That's true. Shit. I guess that will be fairly pointless.
What?
The V2 calibration file would be a file that's sliced for a 0.4 nozzle, so yeah, it's kind of irrelevant. So we'll just go ahead. We'll just go ahead and print our file, and I'll try to like tweak it as it does the first like the skirt and the first layer. Because again, the purpose of this print is to see what effect it has on our top layer more than anything. So if we end up like tweaking while it's doing the lower layers, that's really not the end of the world. The blinking light in the back corner, if anybody could see it, that's actually the heat bed. Yeah, that's the LED on the heat bed. It lets you know when there's power to the bed. Okay, so we'll turn the secondary camera on here. So kind of see what's happening. And we'll just do our best to catch the Z adjust while this does it the first layer or so. All right, so I think we're ready. I still haven't tried this filament. I still haven't tried this filament at 180C because it's still even at 200 it oozes a moderate amount.
Oh my god, that is cool. I've never seen these things print before. I'm a complete noob, and all you guys new streamers are probably saying that or whatever.
The Z adjust was actually fairly reasonable. Yeah, I think it was damn near spot on. Oh, I guess I can't really see. Let me shift this camera again. But it was actually pretty close. The detail is significantly finer. Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully that's just you guys like having a delay, but I think I fixed it. Because I think even in ideal circumstances, there's approximately 6 or 8 seconds of delay, sometimes more than that, between like me doing something and you guys actually seeing it. So yeah, hopefully that's a little bit better. I'll see if I can zoom that in. We'll try to zoom and get better focus here.
Man.
But yeah, that's quite a bit finer. I don't know if that translates, but yeah, that nozzle is sweet. I can tell you that already.
I can just see. I mean, I can see the difference in the way that initial layer looks than previous layers looked in for the other tokens you just showed me. That's
The concentric infill is pretty sweet. No, Joey, it's like I said, like just eyeballing the nozzle compared to how the other one was sitting in the heater, it looked nearly identical. And it looks like even though these are different diameters, it looks like the actual overall dimensions are exactly the same. So that probably has something to do with it. But no, I can tell already that this is probably not going to have any issues. I'll zoom this. But I don't know. When it shifts to the other one, you'll be able to see this a little bit better. Bam. There we go. Okay. But yeah, it seems to be great. I'm happy. For the most part.
now. Did you do any alterations to that file yourself, or is that file here?
I made this file, yeah, and then sliced like all the slicer settings are.
Oh, you made the file yourself?
Yeah.
What? I'm sorry. Can I ask what program you used for it?
Yeah. Anybody else that's wondering, this file, I made the basis for this file when I did the Tinkercad stream. We came up with the basic shape and found the little gear tool for making gear shapes and stuff. So if you wanted to figure out how to do like simple stuff like this yourself, you can go check out the Tinkercad video.
Okay, so that wasn't even a dumb question I asked. That's always the best. No, because like all you're making me think of is, yeah, I can probably design stuff in my own computer with this, because I know you're talking about printing out tokens and everything. And
Like people have pointed out, there are much better options available for laying files out than Tinkercad, but it's a free web-based
okay.
utility.
Like, do people use like Designer or any of like the Autodesk software?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because I mean,
I think Tinkercad is Autodesk. I could be wrong, but I think
that's actually what I had access to at work. Because I use I use AutoCAD Lite all the time, which is minus 3D features.
But no, for ETA, to give you an idea, this is already over 30% done. So I don't know what the actual ETA was. 19 minutes for a pair of them. And I just wanted to print a pair because printing a pair will give us an opportunity to see like how they actually nest together, which is kind of like the whole point. I can't believe I can't find those 6 that I did.
Well, you have 2. 'Cause you have
No,
one.
the 6 I did didn't have the R on them. They're just these plain discs with the interlocking rings or whatever to show how they stack.
Oh, so the ones you're doing there are actually going to fully interlock?
Yeah.
Okay, that is really cool. Because I wasn't going to come in here and tell you, oh, yeah, you need to do it this way or that way, because, it's your stream and everything, but that looks cool as hell.
Well, anybody that didn't see before, the things we're actually making, they're called focus tokens, and you kind of like distribute these amongst your models at the start of your turn in this game, and you end up putting multiples on a given model, so they stack and interlock to kind of keep them under control on the table.
Yep.
And it's a really important feature of the focus tokens. Like these ones with the R, these are like spell effect tokens, so they don't really need to stack or anything. Like they're just placed next to a model, so you remember that they have a given effect. Like these ones with the R's were for reconstruct.
That actually works out pretty well.
Yeah, because anybody that remembers when I did the first files, I had recon on them because I couldn't fit reconstruct. Like that's too much text.
On that size, yeah. I was thinking with a smaller nozzle, you could possibly do it.
Well,
Token 3 or 4 times as large.
I'll do some tests. Like I said, we'll probably revisit Tinkercad again because it is a nice little like quick way to make things because they do have some handy little features and stuff. And it's not too bad to use once you get used to it. But I'm kind of curious with a much smaller nozzle if we can actually get away with like curving the text around the perimeter of this. Because like some of it, I can tell already, like some of it, like some of the problems I had with the gaps was because of the size of the file interacting with the width of the extrusion. Because if you'd actually like really play to the strengths of whatever your extrusion width is, you could really tweak things. Because like with this, like if we're at a 0.4 extrusion width, and I make a given perimeter a total of like 0.8, it's going to put 2 full extrusions in there and not have any weird gaps left that it's trying to like fill with infill, which I think is what was causing some of the gaps. So some of that stuff, if you're kind of mindful of it and are willing to do some trial and error, I think you could get really clean results if you try to cater to the kind of traits that your machine has in your files. Because like these, I think if I could tweak the width of some of these gear teeth and stuff and make it accommodate that 0.4 extrusion width, I could have gotten better results even with the bigger tip. But I'm kind of wondering with...
These are like your first shot at this, right?
Yeah, I made like... I know I only have a couple test pieces here, but I made like 14 of these. Because I was, like I said, I was trying to be methodical in tweaking settings. So like I tried modifying the extrusion width and went through like a bunch of small steps in that to try different things. And then I tried like just the infill extrusion width and changing that. But bigger tip, that's what she said. I see that, Joseph.
You can't start that's what she said. We're going all night. It's bad times.
Skydriver asked, do you print your own tabletop models?
No.
Well, some, yes. I can show you a few I've done.
The general rule is you don't have enough
But I do have some, like,
detail.
there are... Well, that's not... I don't think that's true, really.
Really?
I wanted to do a video on these, and I just haven't gotten around to it yet. But I have, like, for instance, these modular dungeon tiles. I don't know if you can see this. But they have, like, these nice little, like, clip systems. I can't even find some more pieces here. Let me get it sorted out. But there are some companies that make files that are relatively inexpensive that you can buy. And I'll put a link in this video later, but like this is a modular dungeon set that I printed out, and it has little clips that fasten all the wall sections together, and it's for like tabletop, like D&D or something like that. And then I also printed from the same company, I think it's printablescenery.com. These are Gothic pipeline pieces, and you use pieces of PVC pipe to go between them, and you can create like some sci-fi tabletop terrain and stuff like that.
And it's 40K, so it has a skull. Beautiful.
And then I also printed some various things I found on Thingiverse that are, again, like wargaming terrain. Like these are, I know it doesn't show up well with the orange, but like these are like sci-fi door pieces for building your own sci-fi buildings for tabletop and wargaming terrain and stuff. If you look on Thingiverse, these are called Greebles, Greebles. And there's a ton of these. They're all like sci-fi doors and vents and all kinds of stuff to put on the exterior of sci-fi buildings. Because those are all really cool. But no actual miniatures yet. Because the problem is finding... It's not that you can't print them. Like, especially... I mean, if you can kind of see the level of detail on the stream there. Especially with a small tip like this, I think you could easily have a level of detail that's good enough for most, like, miniatures. Especially depending on the scale you're talking about. Like, for 28mm miniatures, which most war games use, I think it's more than good enough, depending on how nice you want things to be.
Things aren't really... It's really more 30 now, because... well, the game we're playing right now is 30mm game. So that's 30mm from an average person's foot to their eye. If they were standing up straight, it's supposed to be around 30mm. GW originally was doing 24mm. Then they went to 28. Now they're more like 30 or 32, and it's never been actually officially changed. They just make the figures bigger, and it drives you off the wall.
Yeah. But like the, I don't know, most of you guys have probably seen these little Marvins. These little Marvins are, you know, at a scale that most miniatures are at. And this one printed at 100 micron layer height with, and this is with the 0.4 nozzle that comes with the printer. These are nice and clean.
That's not.
I mean, they're really clean figures.
That's not bad. I mean, like I'm just thinking like the detail level that most people expect out of their 28mm or 30mm figures.
Yeah, but when you're making your own stuff, it's kind of different. I know there was that Kickstarter. If any of you guys browse Kickstarter for 3D printing stuff, there was a Kickstarter for like modular miniatures, kind of like we were talking about Warhammer figures here, basically. And they basically have multi-piece plastic kits that you can print. And I think most of those guys were printing things with basically like the default setup that the MK2 comes with. And the results were acceptable, I think. Like if you're willing to do a little bit of like cleanup on your models and stuff, especially considering like how low your cost per model is. Like I don't know any figures offhand, but you're probably talking, when it's all said and done, I would be shocked if you had more than 15 cents maybe in a figure.
Oh man, yeah.
It's probably under that even.
So it's 1/100th or less of what you're normally paying. You're normally paying like $10 to $15 a figure.
Chat said we can't really hear your friend. You should give him a microphone. No, I should not give him a microphone.
Don't give me a mic.
He's not fit to talk in a public forum.
Thank you, Ricky. It's the nicest thing you've said all day. But I'm not.
Now we'll probably, because Ray and I are going to do this War Machine stuff as soon as I'm done streaming here. We're starting a channel that talks like tactics and stuff for this War Machine game that we're talking about. So we'll probably do some crossover stuff at some point. But no, to answer the figure question more generally, the hard thing is files, and that's with everything with 3D printing. If you have files, you can print it. If not,
I do know
it becomes difficult.
Thingiverse did have files there. Because I know there are people who were talking about that a long time ago. It was for Battlefleet Gothic.
Yeah.
Very, very small scale fighter ships and everything. I was not impressed.
Yeah, Ray's my friend that's here. He was just saying about like Thingiverse has some miniature files, but they are not impressive. One thing that's nice, if anybody hasn't seen Maker's Muse yet, another fantastic 3D printing channel, Angus over there, he has done several tutorials on how to rip 3D game files into STLs and then print them yourself. And a lot of games, like Warhammer, for instance, if you want to play Warhammer, there are quite a few Warhammer games that you could rip the files from, and you're kind of like limited on poses to a certain extent. But basically, any 3D game that you've ever played that you like the models from, if you take a little bit of time, you can rip those out of the game files, convert them to STLs, do a little bit of repair work on the files, and then print them. Which is really cool that you can do that. Because like I play MechWarrior Online, which are giant like robots, and there is like a huge, I wouldn't say huge, but there's like a whole sub community in the 3D printing community that print MechWarrior files straight out of like the newest game. Or like Joseph said, just use Ponymaker and you can make your own custom My Little Pony figures. Angus has also done a video on this. Well, for a little bit of backstory, I know that sounds worse than it actually is. If I'm remembering correctly, he used to teach, I think he used to teach classes on 3D printing at like his local university or whatever. And like a surprising number, which is cool, but a surprising number of his students were actually females, and they were younger because they could do their own My Little Ponies and stuff. So no, I'm all for stuff like that that gets people that wouldn't otherwise be into like this isn't technically like a STEM field kind of thing, but it's related. It's very closely related.
I'm an engineer. No, this is STEM.
But yeah,
this is the kind of stuff I worry about on a pretty routine basis. Totally different application, but
yeah,
it's the kind of stuff I worry about at my job.
Anything that gets people into like STEM or STEM related fields, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
Yeah.
Anything that gets people that wouldn't otherwise be in STEM fields into STEM fields, like I'm all for.
Oh yeah,
because we need more people in those fields.
Yeah. When I heard My Little Pony, my first thing was like, oh great, there's piles of bronies out there. Like, I didn't even actually think about younger girls doing it. I think that's actually really cool.
No, it's like I forget. I think it was like maybe Ryan or Joey in chat. I forget who. Mm-hmm. But they said they had a daughter that was younger that was totally enthralled with like the 3D printer and stuff, and that stuff's great. Like my daughter's still a little young yet; she's only 2, but I'm really excited to get her into stuff because it's like think of all the kids that are 7 to 12 years old that play games like Minecraft. If you can play Minecraft, you can get in Tinkercad and make your own little things and print them out. And I just imagine how I would have felt about that experience of actually just like making something myself and then printing it on a little machine like this. And that would have blown my mind at like 8 or 9 years old.
When I was like 8 or 9, I remember going to the county fair and they had like the old school plotters there with the arm.
Yep.
Dramatically similar to this. Absolutely enthralled me. It's like one of the first things I did with engineering was seeing that stuff. I thought it was cool. And then later on when I used it, I realized that like not 3DA, just a standard plotter was just awful to use. Very hard to calibrate and everything.
Yeah. I think this is, I think 200 still, I think we could bring the temperature down for this hatchbox down a little bit, but this is still a very clean print. The edges are nice and crisp. But given that the range is 180 to 210, I think maybe like 190 to 195 will probably give us the cleanest results. Yes, chat, you can't hear Ray. I know. He's supposed to be a passive observer, but he's in here replying to everything I say. No, Ray is definitely a character I'll have to introduce you guys to at some point.
It's not G-rated, it's bad times.
Yeah, like Ray just said, he's not G-rated. Which this stream isn't either entirely. But I just don't need to get any videos flagged.
Yeah, it would be bad times.
because these, especially these casual streams, are a little bit different than like normal content. Because normally we won't be on stream literally watching paint dry, but because it is drying in the background here still. But no, I think the paint has like a nice feng shui kind of vibe in here. Because it kind of matches. Like, I can see behind me here just a little bit of strips that are visible. Very nice. But no, like I said, tomorrow we're going to do some more tests with these thinner nozzles. Probably pull Tinkercad up a little bit and tweak some of these files to accommodate some of the things that we probably do now. And what else? I wouldn't be surprised if my... I agree, guys. I agree. But you're going the wrong direction with it. I'll type that in here. There we go. Those are my thoughts. But no, tomorrow will be like a more normal day where it's entirely 3D printing stuff. Not so much painting stuff. But like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if my maker box actually came today, because they gave me an alert, I think, 3 days ago that it shipped, so that'll be cool. I'm anxious to see what exotic filaments we got this month. Because the last one, anybody that watched the monumental filament debacle, can we call that a debacle? But anybody that watched that,
was that white granite filament?
Yeah, that was the white marble dust. I forget whether they said it was powder or dust.
Yeah, I saw your final products from that.
They're not good. I still haven't sent that to Joey. I need to get that out. I'll try to get it out tomorrow, but I've already seen several people that have experimented with that, and they have not had much fun with it either, so I think to a certain extent, because we kind of discussed it in the video, but I think that was kind of just like a novelty filament. I think somebody basically said, essentially, hey, I have access to some marble dust. Let's throw it in some PLA. More than it was from like the perspective of, hey, there's a demand for this. Let's try to meet this or fill this demand. Let me get my video settings up here. We'll try to tweak this. I'll try to get this focused properly. Focus. I mean, the lighting isn't ideal there, but you can see these are fairly clean. These are nice little prints. All right, back to normal here. Yeah, very nice. These are very nice. I'm quite satisfied with this. I had to do this on the other prints. Underneath where this bridges a little bit, I wouldn't call it like a mis-extrusion or anything, but there's like a little bit of unintended bridging that happens. So like on the other ones, I just ended up taking a flat screwdriver like this and running it along the groove to clean it out. But let me clean these up, check them out, and then I'll move this camera over and zoom it so you can see these. But these are very clean. And like I said, I think this filament is still printing a little bit hotter than it would be ideally. Let me get this over here with some better lighting. Okay, hopefully that'll be fairly close. That's what we're looking at here. And then let me adjust the focus a tiny little bit here. I don't know why my camera's... Let me... Yeah, my camera's totally, like, wigging out here. I'm sorry. We'll try to reinitialize this. Hold on, it's frozen. Let me... Okay, it's still freaking out. Still freaking out for some reason. But you can see, I'll just leave it on for a second. You can see these are exceptionally clean prints. The level of detail is fantastic. Sorry it's being all glitchy. OBS isn't happy. Yeah, it's not going to recover. Okay. But you can see very clean prints. Is it? Yeah, you guys will see. There's a little bit of a delay. No, the camera is just I don't know what it's doing. The camera itself is just freaking out. I think it's because we've been streaming for so long and I've moved stuff several times. We'll let's give it one more chance. No, it's freaking out. I'll try one more time. I'll try with the other camera. We'll put autofocus on the main cam and I'll see if I can hold them up. But they're exceptionally clean. I'm super happy with it, so. But we'll try this. Might be a little bit cleaner if it'll focus. But you can see they're very, very good. Boop. And it seemed to maintain like everything. It bridged okay. They stack nicely and interlock nicely. Very good. Come over here, Ray. We'll get Ray's professional opinion. Since okay. you guys are dying to
Yeah, hey, look. Look at this chud-looking dude here.
What's this is Raymond Coity Crumb. That's no puns, actual name.
Yep, that is my actual name.
What is your professional opinion on these pieces, Ray?
Professional opinion on these pieces, they're really good. And they aren't linking together too much, which is what's important. The only thing I might say into the future is if you make both the...
They need to be a little more exaggerated, so yes, they interlock more.
So they interlock a little bit more. But no, yeah, like...
Because
the printing quality is awesome.
But with these, the interlocking system I used was actually like a torus kind of shape. And it's... Or a toroid. Is that the name of that?
Toroid.
A toroid. And it should kind of be... It should have right angles on it instead of like being rounded. I think you'd get better interlock with actual like square edges. But no, overall, these are very good. I'll have to do an update at some point. Like I said, we'll probably jump in Tinkercad tomorrow and tweak these files a little bit. And get some of our letters on there and experiment with some different shapes and designs and stuff now that we can actually test them. Because I kind of fell in that rut with the 0.4 nozzle where I was essentially trying to polish a turd. And it's like I was getting better results, but I really wasn't like reaching the threshold that I was trying to get. Like this one, again, with the extrusion multiplier up, I could get the top layer to look like I wanted, but at the same time, it was reducing the quality of every other facet of the print. Like it's got kind of like a bubbly, not a bubbly look, but a bulgy look on the sides instead of having those nice clean edges. But no, overall, I'll do like a formal review on these nozzles, and one of these days we'll sit and actually try like all the different diameters. Like I said, I really want to try the 0.8. That is a big old hole in that.
Is that used for like bulk printing?
I don't know. Ray asked what the 0.8's for. I don't know. I guess you could just print bigger things with it. Like obviously your extrusion width is going to be double. So it's going to be lower detail, but like you could just print more things. Like I could picture printing. I think this is a 5-hour print to print this vase at 0.4 millimeter extrusion width, and I imagine you could probably print something like this in maybe 2 hours, even with a little bit higher speed. Because I would imagine with the thicker extrusion width, you could extrude more material more consistently on bigger prints. Could be wrong. We'll have to do some experimenting, but I'll have to try. I mean, has anybody in chat used a huge tip like that? No, let's keep the that's what she says to a minimum. Anybody in chat have a big tip? But now I'm anxious to test them out. I don't know how much utility I'll get out of some of the in-between diameters, like the 0.3 and the 0.35. I would imagine I'll either be using the 0.4 or the 0.25, and probably not using the in-between diameters all that much.
And you were saying there's even a smaller one?
Yeah, this is a 0.25, and there's a 0.15, but it's markedly more expensive than the rest of them. I guess because of tooling costs, and probably it's probably a low volume item. Like there probably isn't a huge demand for the 0.15s, but no, overall I'm happy. Today was productive. I know it wasn't the most action-packed stream like doing painting, but at least we got to test this out. This is a huge relief, because I think for my own warband, like offhand, I'm guessing, I guess the count will be higher with all the different warcasters and all the spells when I start doing all of them, but I think a full set for the warband I play will be, probably 12 or 15 pieces altogether.
Of those?
Yeah, not counting the multiples for the focus tokens and stuff.
Yeah, I'd say 12 or 15 right now.
Yeah, so a full set would probably be, if I had to just ballpark guess, I would say 30 or 40 pieces to cover all the things for all of the like caster or general kind of guys you can have. So we'll have to sit down and work through them one of these days. But I've had people ask before, like if I've sold anything, and this will be one of the items that I actually sell for money that'll help start paying for this thing. Because even in my little teeny tiny town, there is a demand for little custom items like this. So to be able to use something free like Tinkercad to lay some files out and knock them out. Because you saw, I think this print was right around 30 minutes, even at a 0.1 layer height, which I think you could get away with a thicker layer height than this. But you could print a full set of these out, I would guess, in an hour and a half or so. And once you have the files, it's just kind of a start and let it do its thing kind of situation. So yeah, that'll be cool. Because I want to kind of document and share that process of actually making and selling stuff too. I know that's something that a lot of people that are getting these are interested in, like what kind of stuff they can do to help. I mean, if you're not going to be paying for your machine, at the very least, like generate a little bit of revenue with this as a hobby to fund, some filaments and stuff for your own experimentation. But yeah, anyway, I guess that's about it for today. I know we kind of got loose here at the end, but no, thanks to everybody that was hanging out and watching paint dry with me. I don't know why some of you guys do it, but I'm glad you do. But yeah, tomorrow we'll be starting at about 10 a.m. Eastern like usual, and doing more normal stuff. We'll do some more test prints with this nozzle, probably jump in Tinkercad a little, and hopefully we have my maker box So we'll do some more filament experimentation. But yeah, I'm getting a backlog with all the stuff I want to do. I need to do an update with the cable chains because I have had not problems, but there's been a couple like little tweaks and stuff I had to do. Skydriver asked, "Will this be profitable?" I think you should make a mold. You shouldn't make a mold. If you're making molds, you shouldn't be in 3D printing. Would these token sets be profitable? Absolutely. Like, I would imagine to print these two pieces. Like some people said, you can fill out some of the settings in Simplify, and it'll give you approximate costs to actually make some of your prints. I would be shocked if you had more than 4 or 5 cents in these. Probably not even that much. You're probably talking 2 or 3 cents to make a few of these little pieces like this. It's a very small amount of filament. Filament's relatively inexpensive. But maybe we can sit and try to figure that out tomorrow. Like what the actual cost is for this. Because I did do a video on electricity, and a print like that, just ballparking numbers again, I would assume we have a couple tenths of a cent in electricity to print these. Probably not even that. But no, this is profitable. I haven't actually talked pricing with many people. We did touch on it briefly, but I would imagine probably $10 to $15 for a set of these would be fair.
Like if you're talking the official full set from Privateer Press,
between $10 and $20, probably depending on the size of the set.
It's $13 for the token set right now. And that's the
generic pieces though. Oh, I mean they're faction specific, but they're not.
But they're generic pieces.
Yeah.
No, what you're talking about there, the full sets, Muse sells them for $60 a piece.
Yeah, like Ray was saying, there are companies that make these that are kind of like customized token sets, and he said they're approximately $60. So I'd probably be selling them in the $20 range. And yeah, the costs, even if you'd figure your time in CAD and stuff, are going to be fairly low. And then once you have the files, you can just kind of pump them out. So no, stuff like this, if you can find your own little like niche to make some stuff, it's totally viable to generate a little bit of revenue with your printer. What happened to all the N64 and Nintendos? I had to move them because we were painting today. Yeah, I had to move those. They'll be back. They'll be back tomorrow when I stream. But yeah, we painted the shelves and stuff orange, so I had to move that. And I still have to do another coat, but yeah. You missed how Nilla got a hold of Simplify. No, it is not a trial. They are... Because I talked to a rep, and he made it abundantly clear that they do not have a trial, and they probably will not ever have one. It's not something that the company is really interested in doing. But Joey Nuggets in chat actually hooked me up with a copy, so... Like I said, give golf clap for Joey, because that's like totally badass that he did that. But yeah, I mean, maybe we can touch on Simplify a little bit tomorrow, because I'm still kind of new, but it is like I had some reservations when I got in it the first time, because I had heard that it's like a lot more complicated. But if you're one of those people who was actually in Slicer tinkering around, it's not really that big of a leap, in my opinion, to go from Slicer to Simplify. Like all the settings are fairly similar. There are more settings for some things, but then at the same time, like Slicer has basically all of the same things. Simplify just has like editable supports. Oh my god, that's like a game changer. Being able to actually edit your supports. Having different settings for different things. Like I can actually set different, like if I wanted to print 2 of these and try a variety of settings, you can actually have them in the same file and print them with slightly different settings and stuff, which is, again, kind of a game changer. But yeah, anyway, I'm lingering. Ray and I are going to go here, play some games here. So that'll be a nice distraction. But like I said, Ray and I are working on a channel that's going to be dedicated to Warhammer, or not Warhammer, War Machine, and some like it's kind of similar to my channel for 3D printing. It's going to be totally geared towards people just getting into the game. So if you're interested in checking that out, that'll be coming soon. We still have some things to work on, and we have to settle on some like production procedures and stuff, and how we want to do things. But no, if any of you guys want to like kind of get into that world, it'll be a nice like entry level kind of channel for that kind of stuff. And you can see how some of these tokens are going to be used, which will probably be cool for some of you guys. But no, Joey, yeah, like Joey said, he believes in karma. Definitely, like, yeah, high five his brains out. It's like the best. Cause I have yeah, spiritual, you need some sleep, man. Anybody like spiritual, if you want to drop your link, or I'll drop your link to your Twitch. Spiritual's a really cool guy. I've been let me find you here on Twitch. Spiritual's a Twitch streamer that I've been playing MechWarrior Online with in the evenings, and if Joey can buy me some software, I can show you some love. That's Jedi's Twitch channel. He's not streaming today. I think he did 12 hours. Like, we were playing, I think I stayed up till 3 a.m. last night playing, and I woke up and got ready to stream, and he was still going, so yeah. He's a streaming machine. But yeah, go check him out. He's a cool dude, and MechWarrior Online, super cool game, so great combo. I assume he'll be streaming again in the next, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I don't know what your schedule is. But dude needs some sleep, so he's not going to be on right now. I can't believe you hung out as long as you did today. Thanks for that. But yeah, go check him out. Cool guy. We have fun playing MechWarrior. Because I'm kind of an experienced player, but I kind of like got rusty because I didn't play for a while. And I don't think I'd categorize him as a new player, but he's new-ish. So yeah, if you want to check the game out, it's a cool channel to hang out in. I think we had 6 or 7 people in a platoon playing together the other night, and it was really fun. So 13 hours, yeah. Yeah. That's a long day. I think I've been on here for like 4, something like that, maybe a little more than that. And I'm ready for a distraction. So yeah, check him out. If you haven't subbed already, it really, I don't know. It's really cool. I can't believe we're at like 700 or whatever, or damn near 700 already. Like I mentioned earlier, I have a ton of stuff to give away. We're going to do a bunch of giveaways when I hit 1,000. We got some numerous E3D products. I have a ton of bearings from Igus to give away for any of you guys that have machines and are interested in doing like the bushing upgrades and stuff. A bunch of stuff that I've printed for guys that have new machines to save you some time, like printing your cable chains and stuff. So I want to give some kits away for that stuff. And more than likely, I'll have some filament rolls to give away. At the very least, some filament samples. So again, some of you new guys have stuff to like test out, because I know that was like a big thing for me. But yeah, keep an eye out for when we hit 1,000. It'll probably be the next week or so, I'd guess. Maybe 2 weeks at the rate we're going. But keep an eye out for that. Yeah, check out the other content. Sub if you'd like. Like I said, any of you new guys, this isn't really representative of what the stream generally is. This was kind of an off day, like a hangout, kind of laid back stream. It's usually a lot more targeted. But yeah, check it out. But thanks everybody for hanging out. We'll see you next time. I'll be streaming tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And a little more targeted. No painting. The shop won't be so chaotic. The lighting won't be quite so bad. But yeah. Thanks, guys. Oh, yeah, no, and yeah. Yeah. Aaron will post a link here to the Google Hangout. Again, if you either have an MK2, are interested in having an MK2, or just like interested in getting into 3D printing in general, it's a great resource. There's a ton of people in there. There's always somebody almost 24 hours a day. If you have a question, there's somebody in there with experience that can answer it for you. Everything from like trivial stuff to like very specific hardware, software, firmware questions, there will be somebody in there with experience that will help you out. So definitely worth checking that out. But yeah, thanks everybody. I won't linger any longer. Thanks for hanging out with me, and we'll see you tomorrow. Peace.